did not have the best childhood, shocker. I did not have the best family life, shocker. I didn't like school, shocker. So my number one outlet for anything to make me happy growing up was always YouTube. If I had a bad day or my family was fighting and I literally needed something, sounds to drown out the screaming, I would play YouTube videos. And when I made my first YouTube video, I literally had goosebumps. I sat down with the premise of YouTube saved my life. Shane Dawson saved my life. Jenna Marbles saved my life. Funny people who were unapologetically afraid to be themselves were the people that kept me fighting. They were the people that for the first time in my life gave me inspiration. And I knew I wanted to do that. Growing up your whole life, seeing all of your friends have a purpose and know exactly what they want to do with their lives and it be so traditional and not feel that way and not have that purpose. And the first thing ever in my entire life to show me that I might have a purpose was YouTube and the thought of making YouTube videos. Like year after year after year, VidCon would come around. I grew up in Las Vegas, so VidCon was like 4 hours away. Even IMAX, even just other things that YouTubers would go to, but specifically VidCon would come around every single year. And I would save up my money and try to be able to afford this VidCon ticket to go meet Shane Dawson or Jenna Marbles or whoever I was obsessed with at the time, Tyler Oak, Blair and Elle Fowler at IMAX or whatever it may be. I would save up my money and every year I never would be able to make enough. It would always come around and I would have to use my money on something else, or like food or something like that. I didn't grow up with a lot of money and I would never be able to afford the VidCon ticket. And I would make internet friends and stuff like that and they would get to go, or I would like see rich kids at my school get to go meet their favorite YouTubers or whatever. And that was just never me and it always broke my heart. But I was always so in love with the idea of VidCon. It's like, since I never got to go as a fan, even though I wanted to so bad and would save up so bad, I would see these videos of everyone meeting their favorite creators and finally like running into the arms of someone who saved your life. You know, like I would go to bed every night falling asleep to like the dream of being like 13 years old and getting to walk up to Shane Dawson and tell him that he saved my life, but I could never do it. And so VidCon was always this like fantasy land that I would look at so far away and wish I could go to so bad and just never could afford it and never ever thought things would blow up for me the way that they did. I remember posting my first vlog and my first stalker story and things just kind of taking off overnight. It's like 1 minute I was making videos in my parents' house, fighting with them every day, hating my life, wanting to die, and the next minute I was getting my first AdSense check and moving out and changing my life forever and dedicating every single piece of me into this thing that I was so passionate about and turning my life around and saving my life and falling in love with it, and everything was just happening overnight. I was gaining hundreds of thousands of subscribers a month and things were just blowing up before my eyes, and it's like I couldn't even catch my breath. It was like before I knew it, I couldn't go places without meeting fans, and I was ready to have meet and greets, and I was ready to have shows, and I was ready to do all this crazy stuff. That brings me to June of 2016, and pretty much the second 2016 started and I'd started to get a little bit of following, I would call my manager every day saying, please let me go to VidCon. It's my dream. It's as if anything, I was asking as like a fan almost. I was asking as like the kids that go to meet their favorite creators, let alone a creator. Like I was just like, I want to go. I want to go meet Tyler Oakley. I want to go see Joey Graceffa do a speech. I want to go. I hope Shane Dawson's there. I want to go walk through and see if any of my favorite YouTubers are there. Like, fuck, I hope Smosh goes, like type of thing, you know? Like even though I was making these videos and making this content and there were people that supported me, and obviously if I went, like I would have supporters there. It's like I was begging to go as a fan almost. Even talking about this, I get so like giddy and excited because I remember that emotion and that feeling, and finally having money and finally having the opportunity to go. And on top of all of that, being able to go and people be tweeting me every day like, I want to meet you at VidCon. I want to see you at VidCon. Are you going to VidCon? The thought of even being able to go as a creator was the most insane, humbling, crazy, psycho feeling of my entire life. Like imagine growing up so obsessed with something and every year bawling your eyes out because you couldn't even afford to go as a fan, and now you get to possibly go as a fan and a creator. Maybe like I'm down to go as a creator. If they want to give me a meet and greet, that would be amazing. If not, I'll just go meet my fans like wherever they are. Like I don't care. I just want to go. VidCon is telling my manager every single day, like, don't worry, we're gonna make her a featured creator. There's a super high demand for her. We see all the tweets. We know she's really excited. We're excited to have her, whatever. And so then the 2016 VidCon lineup gets announced and I'm tweeting like, I'm going to VidCon. They said I can be a featured creator. I'm so excited to meet you guys. Everyone's tweeting me back. and the lineup gets dropped and I'm not on it and I'm not a featured creator. My fans are super bummed. I'm super bummed as well. I'm super confused, but I'd still never been to a VidCon and I'm still looking at it with the mindset of like, who fucking cares? Like, I've grown up looking at this event my whole life. VidCon is all about content creators meeting their fans. So who cares if I'm a featured creator and I'll just show up, I'll meet my fans, they're gonna be there. Who cares? And also, conveniently, to make this entire rant 10 times sweeter, VidCon falls on my birthday. And that's how much I love VidCon and wanted to go to VidCon, is I was willing to leave my family, my friends, my boyfriend at the time, everyone who loves and supports me at home. I said, I don't want a birthday party. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to spend money. I don't care. I want to go to VidCon. Imagine loving something so fucking much that you're like, fuck my birthday. Like, VidCon is my birthday. That's more important. I can't think of any better way to spend my birthday than meeting my fucking fans. For the first time after getting there, since VidCon didn't make me a featured creator, that means they didn't get me a hotel room where all of the other creators were staying. I decided to get a hotel room off of the premises. It was low-key like a ghetto-ass Motel 6-ass type hotel. And I didn't even care. I was chilling at like 1.1 million subscribers or something like that, kicking it in a Motel 6, but I was still down, ready to have the time of my life and meet my fans at this VidCon. So I check into my hotel, and for the first time, I go over to the hotel that all of the featured creators are staying at, because a lot of them are my friends and they're inviting me to like go out and get ready in their rooms and all that kind of stuff. This was right as I met Trevor Moran, who is now my best friend. This was like our first time really hanging out. He was a featured creator. He told me to come up to his room, whatever. So I show up to the hotel, and immediately upon walking in the lobby, there are probably like 400 or 500 people in the lobby. And I instantly start to get incredibly, extremely mobbed. And so the second I start getting mobbed, people are asking for photos, they're asking for signatures, I'm like taking videos. This is also my first really big experience. Obviously, I'd gone to some beauty cons or like a playlist or something like that, but this is my first giant experience of showing up to a VidCon. And when you show up to a VidCon as a YouTuber, you literally feel like Justin Bieber, because everyone there watches YouTube, and this was my first real experience feeling like that. I'm taking photos. I'm literally like, to put it very shortly, I am in heaven. I am in euphoria. This is all I've ever wanted. I hadn't even been inside the VidCon convention center yet, where all of the fans are and all of the cool stuff is, but I'm getting a little taste of what VidCon's like, and I'm freaking out. I'm literally crying happy tears, hugging you guys and holding you guys and taking videos, and everything is just fucking incredible. And so about 20 minutes into the mob and like 20 minutes of taking pictures and stuff in the hotel lobby, security comes out, they grab me by my arm and they pull us into this room, and they're like, listen, this is a safety hazard. You can't do this, whatever. And honestly, I was very upset, and while I was having the time of my life meeting my fans, I understood that causing this little mob in this giant hotel lobby, get why they pulled me away. And so then they were like, that was a pretty big mob. Are you a featured creator? Like, we can walk you through the featured creator hallways up to your room or up to someone else's room or whatever. And I said, oh no, like VidCon didn't make me a featured creator. I didn't know it was that big of a deal. Obviously, if I'm causing a mob like this and I need to walk through the featured creator hallways and stuff like that, you'll just give me a featured creator pass, right? And whoever this guy was, like the security and the person with VidCon, he just looks at me and he laughs and he's like, oh no, sweetie, if you're not a featured creator, you can either go up to one of your friends' rooms or something like that, or you can basically get the fuck off the premises, because you're causing a huge safety hazard. Clearly everyone here knows who you are and they're gonna mob you if you walk out there. So if you're not a featured creator, there's nothing we can do for you. And so that's when I for the first time was like, that makes no sense. If I'm getting mobbed by hundreds of people that are at your event, why wouldn't you just give me a stupid little plastic badge that says featured creator so that I can walk through some special hallways and make things a lot safer for everyone? And they're like, well, that's not how it works. Like, maybe next year. Like, they walk me over to the elevator, I go up to Trevor's room, we like get ready, we hang out, whatever. Then a bunch of my friends who are all also featured creators decide that they want to actually leave their rooms and go into the VidCon event. And so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go with you guys. I'm super excited. I've never been into VidCon. I'm in love with VidCon. I can't wait to see it. It has been my dream for the past like 5 years to even set foot in a VidCon. I can't wait. We leave the room, we walk into VidCon, and the second that we walk into VidCon, obviously people start rushing toward all of us and freaking out. And so after about 20 minutes again of taking photos with people and like hanging out, I'm having the time of my life. I'm in heaven. I'm in euphoria. VidCon security and some of the heads of VidCon come over. They pull us all aside. They look at everyone else and they're like, oh, you guys are all featured creators? Okay, well, just if you guys could just go into the featured creator lounge, even though we're in this giant convention center that's literally meant for this. And so they let all of my friends go into this featured creator lounge, and I go to walk with them, and the heads of VidCon and security look at me and they're like, what did we tell you an hour ago? You're not a featured creator. You literally need to get the fuck out. And I'm like, this arises my original question from earlier. All of those people I was just with were getting mobbed and everyone was freaking out. And because they all have this little badge, you let them go and you let them go into the featured creator lounge and everything's fine. They get to meet their fans. They get to maneuver the safe way. They get to have meet and greets set up from you guys, from all of their fans that are here that want to meet them. And you're basically telling me, hey Tana, hundreds and hundreds of people are here to meet you. But we didn't think you were good enough, so we didn't give you this badge. You can't have a meet and greet here. We don't care if your fans are upset. We don't care if you're upset. Maybe next year you'll be a featured creator. There's nothing we can do. It was based upon creators meeting their fans, and the entire premise of your event, the entire mission statement of your event is where creators and fans can finally meet. If this creator shows up with millions of followers and hundreds of people are there and they want to meet them, and obviously you guys have been letting me promote this and telling me I'm going to be a feature creator and all that kind of stuff. Why wouldn't you just print another little stupid fucking plastic badge so that the person can stay and so that the fans are happy and so that you can keep your mission statement versus causing this drama and this debacle? And it's so crazy because these people were so intimidating and this company was so big and I was so obsessed with this company for years and years and years. I was too afraid to stand up or to tweet about it or to do anything, you know? And so I go back to my hotel. I wake up the next day. I have a panel with my network at VidCon. So it's in one of the halls of the convention center inside of VidCon. It's a bunch of creators with Studio 71, with the network that I'm with, talking about fucking something. I don't know. I was supposed to be there. I wake up in the morning. I'm getting ready. My manager knocks on my door. I get ready head to toe. It's my birthday. I'm like, holy shit. I don't care if yesterday was bad. I know that I really wanted to meet all of my fans, but today's a new day. I'm super excited. It's my birthday. Every birthday pretty much too up until this one just wasn't good. I mean, I grew up with no money. I grew up with parents that at the time treated me like shit. Birthdays were always fighting and I couldn't ever do anything I wanted to do anyways. Birthdays were always so horrible for me, and this was the first birthday that I knew and had anticipated and built up with all of this faith that it was going to be good, because I knew that no matter what, it wasn't about money or material things. My family wasn't there to fight with me or whatever. I was going to get to spend my birthday with people who love and support me. And so I was getting hundreds of tweets like, come to VidCon, like we want to sing you happy birthday. Let's say that my panel was at like 2 p.m. that day, right? I show up to the VidCon convention hall at like 1. And so I walk in and immediately it's a giant mob again. Not even 10 minutes go by. More security guards find me. They grab me. They pull me into this room with my manager and they're like, listen, what the fuck did we tell you yesterday? This is real. As I'm saying this, I'm like, wow. Like I just want you guys to know, this is a quick side note, how good it feels to finally talk about this, but whatever. And so these security guards pull me in this room and they're like, listen, what the fuck did we tell you yesterday? You're a safety hazard. You're a fire hazard. Like we are this close to banning you from VidCon forever. And I just look at them and I get goosebumps all over my whole body, and I have goosebumps right now, and I start bawling, and I'm like, you don't understand how heartbreaking this is for me. It's my birthday. I have been so in love with what I thought your event was for the past 5 years, and I never thought that I would even have the opportunity to come as a fan, and you guys told me I could come as a creator, and then you took it away, and I understand that. You can only pick so many featured creators, allegedly, which is crazy to me because you have so many people on this lineup as featured creators who have less followers than me and less views than me, and that's fine. It's not about the numbers, but if that many people support me and they're here to meet me and they thought they were going to meet me because you let me promote it, you let me say, hey, I'm going to be a feature creator, and then you didn't make me one, how hard is it to just let me have that stupid little badge and meet some people and whatever? And so these security guards that I'm saying all of this to in this moment, they look at me, this little girl, this 16, 17 maybe year old girl with hundreds of people that are here to meet her, and I guess they felt sorry for me enough to take me into this room, and they gave me these little ropes, and they let me let all of these people who were mobbing me line up and meet them until my panel. I'm standing there, I'm fucking 16, 17 years old, it's my birthday, VidCon is finally letting me do the only thing I wanted to do this entire time, which is meet my fans. And then like 2 o'clock-ish rolls around, and now it's time for my panel. So my manager comes to get me, he takes me upstairs to the VidCon hall, we walk into one of the panel rooms, there are like 500 people there, holding up signs signs that say happy birthday Tana. Literally sitting there being like, Tana, Tana. This is the first time I'd ever seen so many people wearing my merch, and I immediately just start bawling my eyes out at this panel, and I sit up there and it's incredible. It's my birthday. Everyone in the panel hall sings me happy birthday. I bawl my eyes out. It's amazing. This is the first time where I felt welcome and wanted at VidCon, and that VidCon was living up to their mantra. You know, this was the first time where I was actually getting to be a creator, interacting with my fans like VidCon fronts across all of their social media. And I was so incredibly happy. I don't care what happens. This story hasn't even gotten started yet. There's so much more to this. No matter how fucked this whole thing is, and trust me, it gets so fucked. I still will never negate that moment, because even though VidCon fucking sucks, fuck you VidCon, I'll get into that. Those moments with my fans are priceless no matter what. And so after the panel, I leave, and everyone else that I'm on the panel with, I think it was like Matthew Santoro and a few other people, I can't remember. They were all there with my network as well, but they were all featured creators. So after the panel was over, they were allowed to leave behind the stage and take the back tunnels back to their hotel room and get safely up to their room. But of course, I wasn't a featured creator, and I didn't have that stupid little fucking badge, so security wouldn't let me go behind there, so I just had to walk out of the panel into the crowd. There was nothing else I could do. They wouldn't let me back behind the curtain. They wouldn't let me in the secret tunnels, whatever. So I had to walk out into the crowd of all of my fans, which I'm fine with, but VidCon thinks that's a safety hazard. So immediately, that's where anyone with 2 fucking brain cells would say, okay, this girl can't walk into this crowd of 500 people without causing a fire hazard or a safety hazard or what our event is against. So let's give her this dumb little fucking piece of plastic so that she can walk behind the curtain and walk through the halls and get somewhere safely. But VidCon wouldn't do that. And immediately a giant mob starts, and I'm just trying to run and maneuver my way through the mob, and I get down to the bottom of the convention center, and when I'm going down this escalator to leave, I look down and I notice people waiting at the bottom, like people who didn't have the panel passes and couldn't come up to see my panel, chanting Tana, Tana, Tana. I have goosebumps. I've literally going down this escalator, people holding up signs that say happy birthday and throwing flowers and have balloons and all that kind of stuff. And I get down to the bottom. Obviously I can't escape it. What the fuck am I gonna do? Run back up this escalator moving down with people all behind me? No. What am I gonna do? Leave and go through the featured creator hallways? Oh wait, I can't. And of course I want to be in this crowd of people. I want to meet my fans. I want to hang out with people who fucking love me, to have one good birthday in my entire life. I get down into this crowd of people, and the second I get down there, I stop and I look around and I'm like, look, in my head to myself, no matter what, VidCon's gonna be so mad at this crowd of people around me, and they're gonna blame me, and they're gonna tell me it's a safety hazard, even though I was supposed to be here, and even though all of this could have been avoided with a featured creator badge. No matter what, they're gonna be angry. I might as well enjoy this moment. I might as well do what I came here to do, even if I get kicked out, and even if it's my last time. I might as well enjoy this moment. And so I walk down into this crowd, and immediately everyone around me starts saying happy birthday to you. I literally can't even, holy shit. And I'm vlogging, turning around in circles, everyone's screaming, everyone's freaking out, all my fans are holding me, my manager's recording it. It was absolutely insane. And the second that happy birthday is over, I just feel 2 arms grab me. First of all, that's just wrong. But we won't even get into that. Of these 2 giant men, VidCon security, and they take me away and they're like, you need to get the fuck off the premises now. Let's go, let's go. What did we tell you? What did we tell you? What did we tell you? I'm in the middle of crying about how happy I am of what just happened and all the people loving me and supporting me. And those tears instantly just roll over into, God damn it, are you kidding me? And so they pull me into this room and they sit me down on a couch, and I'm trying to talk to these security guards, and I'm like, listen, this is so insane. If you don't out of evil bitch villain vibe, she walks into the room. She looks at me and she's like, hi, I've had my team tell you several times that you can't be here. Everything you do is a fucking hazard. I don't care if it's your birthday. I don't care that you were just on some panel with your network. I don't care that 500 people were upstairs waiting to listen to you talk at that panel. You're not a featured creator at my event, and you need to get the fuck out. And I'm not gonna lie, immediately my heartbreak turns into anger and frustration. And I'm like, I don't understand the amount of people in that panel combined, and the amount of people at the end of that escalator, not to mention all the people who were mobbing me in the hotel lobby earlier and all of the other people I've been meeting. If tons of people at this fucking event want to meet me and take a photo with me, just like all of the other featured featured creators, and you are so worked up about how much of a hazard this is, even though when the featured creators get mobbed, you don't do shit. Why don't you just make me one? Even if you don't like me, even if you don't think I'm good enough, even if you don't think my content is good enough, it would solve all of the problem. Just up there, I could have done that panel, turned around. I'm getting so angry. I could have walked behind the scenes, gone through the tunnels, and not caused anything. But you don't care and you don't want to do that. And she looks at me and she's like, listen, as much as you want to be a featured creator, you're not one. I don't care about your fans. I don't care that you're trying to meet them. I don't care that they're trying to meet you. They can meet the hundreds of other featured creators that we chose, and you can get the fuck off my property. And if you do it again, not only will we ban you from VidCon forever, but we will charge you with several counts of trespassing. And I just look at her. I start bawling my eyes out. I mean, I'm fucking 17. I just want to meet my fans. And she goes, oh, and by the way, I'm Laura Chernikoff, CEO of VidCon. Like, I want to cry just thinking about it, just thinking about the way that woman spoke to me, the shit that she said. How dare you run a company scamming people based off of creators meeting their fans, and then you're gonna look at a creator that you told could be a featured creator, that you let tweet about it and build up all of the anticipation. You let me tweet hundreds of times, I'm coming to VidCon, they're gonna make me a featured creator, so all of my fans would buy tickets to your fucking event and give you money so that you can stand there in those stupid fucking Louboutins. But you don't care about me, and you don't care about my fans, you don't care about the money that you took from them, and you don't fucking care. You don't care that I want to meet my fans, you don't care that my fans want to meet me, you don't give a fuck about anything. You money hungry, conniving, manipulative, stupid snake, Laura Chernikoff. And so I don't say anything, I just bawl my eyes out. She then gets on her little walkie-talkie, asks for 4 or 5 more VidCon security guards. Like I'm like some kind of rhinoceros bitch that's gonna like get a fucking axe hammer out and start swinging. Like you need 5 security guards to take me somewhere. She orders an SUV and she says, come with me. And so my manager's trying to talk to her, he's trying to reason with her, he's trying to ask her why they won't just make me a featured creator, whatever. And she basically keeps saying now as we're walking, maybe if she's good and if next year around this time she still has the same amount of followers or high demand, we'll make her a featured creator. Maybe. March/April rolls around. I get the amazing opportunity to be in Joey Graceffa's Escape the Night, a YouTube Red series. I'm very lucky to be one of the characters on that show. Everyone else on it is 10 times more relevant and awesome and talented than me, but I am just so lucky to even have the opportunity to work with these creators and be on this show, hang out with and film with these people that I've idolized for so long, have a good time, and of course all of the billboards and crazy stuff like that. It was all so incredible. But after Escape the Night wraps and all of the billboards go live, we also find out that Escape the Night will be premiering for the very, very first time at VidCon. And so that means that VidCon is at this giant convention center in Anaheim. A giant building. They tell us that they're going to be putting the Escape the Night banner across this entire building. So that means Joey Graceffa's face, giant, hundreds of feet tall. The Gabby Show, that means Liza, that means Jesse, that means Tyler Oakley, that means Lord DIY, Alex Wasabi, Andrea Russett, I might be missing people, but everyone on Escape the Night, including myself, across the entire outside of the convention center of VidCon's building. That's the biggest part of VidCon. That's where thousands of all of the fans stand and hang out and stuff while they wait for creators to walk through, and I find out that my face, along with everyone else on Escape the Night, is going to be plastered across that building. And I remember when VidCon told all of us that, and my management that, and all that kind of stuff, and I found out about that. I remember sitting in my room in my house in Vegas and bawling my eyes out on the phone of just pure excitement. Like, I was so unwelcomed last year, and now my face is gonna be across the building that VidCon is held in for thousands of people to see. Like, if you would have told me when I sat down to make my first video that that would have ever been a thing, I would have never, ever believed you. I'm so happy. And then I find out that not only that, but Escape the Night is actually actually premiering in the main room, the biggest part of VidCon where thousands of people gather. The first episode of the show that I'm in is going to be premiering, and then all of the billboards everywhere and all of the banners and all of everything is going to be Escape the Night, and then they're going to have an Escape the Night themed escape room inside of VidCon for like all of the fans to test out and try to escape the night like we did, and that the escape room is going to be covered in photos of all of our faces, including mine, that they're going to be handing out masks of everyone's face. That means at VidCon employees will be handing out paper masks of my face to give to people. Paper masks of my face. Like, that's how much this was a big deal. The entire event was like Escape the Night everywhere. The escape room was in the main room for everyone. People were waiting in line for hours to get into it, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I am so excited to go to VidCon because now I am one of 9, 10 people that VidCon is literally themed around. And now I'm getting thousands of tweets like, I can't wait to meet you at VidCon. I can't wait to see Escape the Night premiere. I can't wait to see you in Escape the Night. I can't wait to meet you there. I can't believe your face is going to be plastered across VidCon. I can't wait to do the escape room with you. I can't wait, da-da-da. And so, of course, YouTube Red and Escape the Night are also asking all of these things, like at VidCon, can Tana come and be filmed doing the escape room? Can Tana do press with all of these companies for Escape the Night? Can Tana do interviews on the first day of VidCon, the day before Tana's birthday? Can she come do a panel with all of the other creators on Escape the Night at VidCon? And so we're agreeing to all of this. I'm so excited. VidCon is telling me I'm going to be a featured creator. I'm so pumped. I'm promoting the fuck out of the event, obviously. And so a few weeks before VidCon comes around and VidCon announces the featured creator lineup. I'm sure that by this story, you see where this is going. For the second year in a row, VidCon decided that they were not going to make me a featured creator. I will not even begin to explain to you the devastation that I felt. In my career, that is definitely top 5, top 3 even, devastating moments. I think it's because I'm definitely the type of person that doesn't ever hype myself up for something or get super excited for something, because it could always end differently, and I would rather not build myself up to be let down. I would rather just chill, and if something good happens, be surprised. But of course, I had just spent the last year building myself up for the moment that featured creators were announced. Every single other person on that billboard, you're gonna give every single other person in the Escape the Night show a featured creator pass. If you're going to sell hundreds and hundreds of tickets to watch a premiere of a show that I'm in to people, why can't you give me a stupid fucking plastic badge so that this year isn't hell like last year's hell that you put me through? If you're gonna make me go through all of these escape rooms and meet and greets and press packages and photo shoots for your event that is themed around a show I was in, and you're gonna sell me to the public like this, you're gonna say, come meet Tana Mongeau, come do this escape room with Tana Mongeau. If you want to meet Tana Mongeau, buy a $400 motherfucking ticket to our event, but you can't even make me a featured creator. You're gonna promise me for an entire year that I can be a featured creator, and then you're not gonna do it? You're gonna make thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars on this event. And it would be one thing if it was just completely normal, regular VidCon like last year. That's still fucking annoying because you let me tweet and promote so that my fans would buy tickets to meet me. But on top of that, my face is all over your convention hall. Not even just small, like, no, it's across a building. And you have hundreds of spots for featured creators. You can't let me be one of them. You can't add another one. You think I'm relevant and popping enough to plaster my face along with 9 other people across your entire building, but not relevant enough to feature at your event. And so we say all of this to VidCon, and they basically just say like one little sentence back to Jordan, like, once she gets here, once she gets to VidCon, we'll figure it. They could put my face on their hotel, but they couldn't give me a room in the hotel, even though they could give every single other featured creator a room. I'm not saying that they don't deserve it just as much as me, but how are you gonna put my face on a hotel and then say, oh no, but you're not good enough to stay here? But luckily I was sharing a room with some friends from my network who had a room at the hotel. So I show up with my bag, I walk into the lobby with all of my friends that are featured creators. A giant mob starts to happen. And so I'm just trying to get up to my room. I instantly, like within the next hour, have like an interview that I have to make it to. I'm taking photos with everyone. I rush up to the room. Everything's fine at this point, and I'm low-key thinking to myself like, wow, I just got mobbed and VidCon didn't do anything. Like, maybe they're being a little nicer to me since my face is all over the event. Or maybe they're being a little nicer to me because they just spent the last 6 months telling me they were gonna feature me and then they didn't. Or maybe they're being a little nicer to me because I just sold hundreds hundreds of tickets to their event and they're not paying me and they won't even feature me and I just look fucking stupid. Or maybe they're being a little nicer to me because in a few hours, their main hall is gonna be filled with thousands of people watching a show that I'm in. But no. The second I get up to my room, my manager immediately begins receiving emails and texts and calls about how I'm already causing a ruckus and VidCon is so upset. When you put someone's face on the building of the event, don't you think that the thousands of people there might be like, wow, that girl whose face is fucking 90 feet tall? Oh shit, she's right there. Maybe I'll take a picture with her. Don't you think that the thousands of people that I tweeted to saying, I'm gonna be a feature creator at VidCon, come fucking meet me, buy your tickets, are now here and wanna meet me? Like, this is no longer my fault. It never was, but now it's really fucking not my fault. Don't you think that if you tell me, okay, Tana, you're gonna be doing these panels and these escape rooms and this press for Escape the Night, people who support me might show up to VidCon to go to those things? Don't you think that if you tell me to promote all of those things and people show up, that they're gonna want photos with me or that a mob might be caused? I don't know. Why don't you give me a fucking featured creator badge like you gave all of the 9 people on the building with me so that they could enter through the back entrances and that wouldn't happen. Tana's causing a ruckus again? No, you're being fucking idiots again for the second year. This weekend is going to ensue so much chaos, debacles, and altercations, and I know that anywhere I go, people might come up to me that support me, and a mob might happen, and I'm gonna be blamed for it, even though VidCon is fine, putting my face everywhere, adding to that, so that they can make as much money as possible. But then the second it happens, they're gonna kick me out. They don't care if I'm there. They'll leave my face up everywhere, but like, no, sorry, she's not here. She wasn't a featured creator. But all the other 9 people up there with her face, they are. You can go meet them. Fuck Tana, though. Now I get ready, and I have to go do this quick interview, and then I'm going to do this giant panel for Escape the Night. I'm maneuvering everywhere with shirts over my head and blankets over my head. Jordan literally is referring to me all weekend as blankets, not even Tana, because I can't go anywhere without covering my whole face and body because I'll get kicked out of the event that I'm supposed to be at for all of the work that I'm supposed to do that they set up, even though like they don't want me there now. I don't know. And I'm still low-key getting mobbed. Everywhere I go, people realize it's me. They see Jordan, they see my clothes, they see whatever, they see my hair peeking out. So they're stopping me, but we're still kind of maneuvering in and out of VidCon, managing to do things the best way possible, which is so funny because if I had a stupid little piece of plastic that said featured on it, I could just be walking behind the scenes calmly, heading to the panel like everyone else. Everything could be fine. VidCon doesn't care. They don't give a fuck. As long as people think I'm gonna be there, and as long as I promote it and their tickets get sold, and as long as people can take photos against the giant 90-foot mural of my face, they don't fucking care if I'm happy or if I'm there, if I'm accommodated. Matter of fact, they don't want me there. They want me there to do the panels and the escape rooms and the meet and greets and all that kind of stuff. God forbid I set foot anywhere else because then it's all my fault and I'm causing a hazard again. So I somehow make it to the back of my panel. I'm like 25 minutes late. Everyone is waiting on me to go out on stage to go on this panel. But you know why I was late? Because every time I would walk to go behind the stage or do anything, security guards would stop me and say, where's your featured creator badge? And then I would have to sit there with every single security guard and beg and plead and tell them, hey, I know that you don't know who I am and I know that I'm not a celebrity and in the real world no one gives a fuck about me. But if you look right up there, that 90-foot mural, yeah, that's my face. So I have to go be on this panel for that. So can you let me through? Like, see, look, that's me, and like beg them and they would let me through. So that's why I was late. We walk out on stage. All of us are on this stage. It's me and my 9 other, however other many co-stars that are there. They're all here doing this panel. They're all here promoting Escape the Night. All of their faces are also on the outside of VidCon, but the difference is they're all featured creators except for me, and they all got to the panel just fine. They had security escorts. They walked through the back tunnels. They did everything completely fine while I'm walking around with a blanket on my head showing random fucking photos to the security guard being like, look, this is me, please let me in, begging like I'm not supposed to be there, even though I'm supposed to fucking be there because the VidCon is promoting my face everywhere. And so we do this panel. It's incredible. It's a great time. The audience is incredible. I'm still super happy. I'm trying to focus focus on the good. We leave the panel, we go backstage. Escape the Night premieres to all of VidCon. So now anyone there that didn't know me just saw me in this show that VidCon played for them. And now everyone else gets to leave and go back through the little featured creator tunnels and get their security escorts and whatever. But I have no way to do that because VidCon won't let me. So I go to leave this panel to now go to another obligation, which is to go to the Escape the Night escape room. And Escape the Night and YouTube Red wanted me there to like do the escape room with some fans and take videos and vlog and promote Escape the Night and all that kind of stuff. Something that was set up with YouTube Red and VidCon for me to be there, to go from this panel to this escape room. And so I immediately leave the stage and I start walking over to where the escape room is. I'm trying to cover my face. I have glasses on. I'm trying to be low key. I'm trying to run. But as we're doing that, a giant mob forms. Because everyone that was just sitting there watching the Escape the Night premiere and watching this panel, all of these thousands of kids just watched this show. They're waiting for any creator that was on the show to come out to meet them, whatever. All of the other creators were able to take the back tunnels, but not me. So now I walk out into this crowd of these thousands of people who just watched a show that I'm in. And of course, a mob forms. Big fucking shock. I'm trying to rush through it. I'm trying to get to the escape room. It's not really working. I'm taking photos with people. I'm hugging people. I'm meeting so many people that are like, I tried to meet you last year at VidCon and I couldn't. Where were you? And I'm just like, in my room, like keeping this secret, like not saying anything. What would have taken 5 minutes walking through the tunnels now took 40 minutes and a giant mob, which I know is gonna piss off VidCon, which in turn is making me so much angrier because I don't mind the mob. I don't mind meeting my fans. I don't fucking care, but they care. So if they don't want that to happen, why wouldn't they give me the badge? You get the point. You get a company doing this to you, using your face everywhere to sell tickets and to make people happy and whatever, and letting you promote it, saying you're gonna be at all of these things, but then getting mad at you when you try to walk anywhere because it causes a safety hazard, but they won't give you the badge to alleviate the safety hazard. You feel me? I wanted to go to VidCon to meet people who fuck with me and fuck with the show. I wanted to go to VidCon to redeem myself for last year because so many people wanted to meet me and didn't get to. I wanted to go to VidCon because they told me this year I was gonna be a featured creator. And so I show up to the escape room. I see that there are photos of my face all over it. I'm super excited to start to do the escape room. There are a few hundred fans outside lined up to do it with the creators in the show. I'm next. There are people in the front of the line that are wearing my merch. They're ready to do the escape room with me. I'm so excited. I'm meeting them. I'm taking photos. All these giant cameras on me. Literally me standing there being like, hi, I'm Tana Mongeau, and I'm here at VidCon with Escape the Night. I was just in Escape the Night. I'm about to do the escape room, like all this kind of stuff. Literally promoting this event that fucking hates me for no reason, for causing mobs, even though that's what the event is about. Creators meeting their fans. As I'm filming, about to do this escape room, I feel a tap on my shoulder. And it's one of the new heads of VidCon. He taps my shoulder and I turn around and he's like, you need to leave. And I'm like, who are you? And he's like, I'm blah, blah, blah. I don't even remember his name. It went in one ear and out the other. He's just like the new male version of Laura Chernikoff. And he's like, I'm the new CEO of VidCon and you are causing a disturbance and you need to leave. And I look at him and I say, two things. First, where's my homegirl Laura at? And I'm like, is she here too? And like, she just sent you down here to say this to me? And this man looks at me in front of 10 of my fans, cameras rolling on me. I'm about to do this escape room. And he says, Laura Chernikoff actually resigned from VidCon due to people like you. Laura Chernikoff resigned from VidCon because of people who want to meet their fans? What the fuck do you mean? What do you fucking mean, sir? And so I'm like, okay, ow, I'm having a lot of head pain from that, oof. And I say, sir, you know what? Before I respond to that ignorant statement that you just made, can I ask a favor of you? Hello, sorry, camera battery died. If you could just do me a favor and turn around and look at this building that we're standing by. Oh shit, that's a moving video on a screen of my face on the outside of this escape room. And then if we turn and look up, there's a giant banner up there of my face and 9 other people's faces. You're not mad at any of those 9 people for causing mobs. You're not mad at any of those 9 people for anything because they can walk through all of the behind the scenes areas and come to this and cause no ruckus or anything like that. And wait, just really quick, sir. Do you mind turning around and looking at the side of the building? Oh shit, that's a drawing of my face. as a dead girl that they're using because I died in a show called Escape the Night that you just premiered over there. These 10 girls bought $300 tickets to your event. And I turned to the girl and I'm like, so you paid to do this escape room with me, right? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, correct me if I'm wrong, seriously. And I know I'm only speaking for like 10 girls. There's lots of other people here, but would you guys have bought VidCon tickets if I wasn't here? In the least narcissistic way possible. I know that everybody supports their favorite creators, but you're wearing my merch. It is day one. You clearly ordered that merch online. It's not sold here because I'm not a featured creator. Would you guys have came if I didn't say that I was coming to VidCon? All 10 of these girls start looking at this guy and they're like, we traveled from blah, blah, blah just to meet Tana, just to do this escape room with Tana. Like, we're so excited. Like, we love her so much. Like, we would have never came to VidCon if it wasn't for her. Like, blah, blah, blah. And I just look at the guy and I'm like, so Laura Chernikoff quit her job because of that? Because of me wanting to do that? That sounds about right. And so he looks at me and he's like, do your escape room. This isn't the last that you'll hear from me. Just walks away. Walks away. And so I'm livid. I'm so upset. I don't know who the fuck this man is. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but he didn't take me away. He told me to do the escape room. I'm low-key in my own head like, wow, I finally won something with VidCon. Like, holy shit, I'm gonna do this escape room with these dope girls. And so then I'm chilling at the escape room. I'm taking photos with people, hanging out. It's all in my VidCon vlog. You guys can check it out. And that's what's crazy too, is that I still vlogged all of VidCon, leaving all of the negative shit out, not saying a damn thing, supporting their event, making people watch the vlog and be like, wow, that's so fun, and wanting to come next year, while they're low-key making my experience miserable. Hungover as hell. It's my birthday. In the morning, I have a few photo shoots and a bunch of like random press stuff to do. I'm hanging out with a bunch of my other favorite creators, meeting people I've idolized for years, still just trying to maneuver my way around everywhere behind the scenes, covering my head with blankets, like trying to get everywhere without pissing off VidCon, not being able to meet so many of my fans, because if I were to walk out into the open anywhere and cause any kind of scene, I know that the CEO is gonna come get me and ban me and be mean to me and whatever, and that just sucks. Again, you pretend like it's all about fans meeting their favorite creators, but here I am with my face fucking everywhere and I can't meet any of my motherfucking fans that support me and love me, because that's not what you're really about. You lying, cheating, deceiving, manipulative, horrible motherfuckers. The day's about to end. The last thing I have to do, it's my birthday. I've had an amazing birthday so far. Even though everything with VidCon sucks, like I've been saying, I'm getting to meet all these people who love me. I'm doing all these things I never thought I would do. I'm trying to think the best of it, whatever. The last obligation I have on my birthday, and again, think about that, it's my birthday. I could be like in Hawaii, I could be at home with my family, I could be with my boo thang at the time, I could be doing anything, but I'm at VidCon doing all this for free because meeting my fans is what I love to do. I was told you're gonna be promoting this show that you were on and doing all this fun stuff as a featured creator or whatever, so I chose to spend my birthday doing this, but then I'm still being treated like shit. And so the last thing I have to do of this day is a panel. My manager already knows that if I walk through the main VidCon convention center, it's going to be the same thing as last year and be a giant mob. Obviously, walking through the place where my face is plastered the biggest is not gonna end well in VidCon's eyes. People are tweeting me up the ass, we want to sing you happy birthday like last year, all this kind of stuff. My manager already knows that it's gonna be chaos. So he tries to sneak me through the back entrance to get to this panel that I have to do. He tries to sneak me through the featured creator area to get me to this panel that I have to do without causing any chaos. And so one by one, me, Jordan, Ashley, all of the people on my team, all of my featured creator friends that I'm with, we're trying to walk through VidCon, taking me to every featured creator entrance, trying to finesse the security and tell them, yo, my face is right there. If I walk out that way, I'm gonna get mobbed. Can you please let me in? I'm going to this panel. Here it is. Like, there's my name. I'm on it. Here's my ID. That's me. Please let me in. Like, I'm trying to do what's best for VidCon. I'm trying not to cause a hazard. Please let me in. And after walking all around VidCon with a blanket over my head, think about this, on my birthday, I'm walking everywhere with a blanket on my head, going to security guard after security guard. Finally, the 6th or 7th one, please keep that in mind, walking miles and miles to different people and them turning you down one by one because you don't have this little badge. Finally, the like 6th or 7th one gets finessed and they let us through. And the fact that every other person, again, on that billboard could have walked up to any of those 6 people totally normally, no blanket over their head, showed them their little badge, gone right through, done their panel, but I'm having to just struggle and struggle and struggle while by the second VidCon is making so much money off of me. Imagine that. I get through the feature creator entrance. I walk out to my panel. There's like 500 or 600 people there, ready to sing me happy birthday, ready to take photos, ready to hang out. I'm gonna speak on this panel. I love doing panels. I love public speaking. I'm so excited. But I'm like 10 or 15 minutes early, and normally when a featured creator is 10 or 15 minutes early, VidCon lets them wait behind the stage so that there's no chaos to be caused. So any of the other people that I would have been on the panel with, they would have taken the back tunnels and waited behind the stage. But I go behind the stage to wait there like, hey, I'm on this panel. And they say, you're not a featured creator. I'm sorry, you can wait in the audience. And I'm like, if I wait in the audience, that's gonna make everyone at VidCon really, really, really angry. And the security people are like, well, there's nothing we can do. You're not a featured creator. If you're on this panel, you can come up to the panel when it's your time, but there's nothing we can say or do. And at this point, I am 2 years worth of fed up. It's my birthday, fed up. My face is on your building, fed up. I'm about to do this panel where all these people are here in my merch, holding signs with my name on it, ready to listen, ready to hang out, but you won't let me behind it to wait safely. But then if I go out into the crowd and cause any form of chaos, which is obviously what's gonna happen, fed up. I'm done. And in that moment, I'm like, well, there's nothing I can do. They won't let me walk back to the hotel through the featured creator tunnel. They won't let me behind the stage to wait to do this panel safely in their eyes. If I walk out of the panel into the convention center, I'm gonna cause a mob and get kicked out of VidCon. If I walk out into this crowd and wait to do my panel, I'm gonna cause a mob, not be able to do the panel, and get kicked out of VidCon. And it's my birthday. I was at the point of complete exhaustion. There's nothing I can do in this moment. So I look at the security guard and I'm like, fine. So you want me to wait out there? And they're like, well, yeah, you're not a feature creator, go wait out there. And so I walked straight out into the crowd of all of these people there supporting me, waiting for me to do this panel. I just sit down in the audience. I will never forget the look on the girls' faces that were sitting there. I just sit down next to them and they're like, what the fuck, Tana? Like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, just chilling, just waiting to do the panel. It's my birthday, what about you? And immediately that causes extreme chaos. But what can I do? VidCon wanted me there for that panel. They asked me to be at that panel. And if I would have left out into the convention center, that would have caused a bunch of chaos. If I would have waited in the crowd, that's gonna cause a bunch of chaos. What am I gonna do? So that's what I do. I sit there, I start meeting people, I start taking photos. Not even 5 minutes go by, and that same little pesky man comes into the crowd and he grabs my arm and he pulls me out of the crowd. The CEO of VidCon grabs me by my arm. And so he pulls me out of the crowd, and I look at him. And at this point, I'm like, yo, I know what you're gonna say, dude. And I don't know you, and you clearly have a predetermined hate for me, but I just want you to know that I grew up in love with your company. I grew up with the idea of coming here even as a fan. And last year you told me I'd have the opportunity to do it. I showed up. You kicked me out of your event. You treated me horribly. Your CEO was so fucking cruel to me. But you promised me after that everything would be fine this year. Then you told me I'd be a featured creator. You let me promote the fuck out of your event. You let me sell all the tickets ever. You put my face everywhere. You book me for 20 plus things that I'm supposed to do with my fans. But then when I try to go to them and chaos happens, you come and you treat me really, really poorly. And I just want to let you know it's my birthday, and that hurts my feelings so badly. And this could all be so simple if you would just let me become a featured creator. Please make this easy. There is no need to fight right now. Look at all of these girls. Look at all of these people in this crowd waiting for me to walk onto that panel. I could walk up on stage afterwards. You give me an honorary badge or whatever the fuck, and everything could be fine. Please. And if I've disrespected you in any way or caused anything that has upset you, I want you to know it wasn't intentional, and I'm still so incredibly sorry, whether I agree with you guys' motives or anything like that. And this guy looks at me and he goes, I had my walkie-talkie in and I wasn't listening to anything that you were saying, nor do I give a fuck at all. You're banned from this event. Can you at least tell me why? And so we start walking to the elevator for me to be escorted out of VidCon. All of these security guards are now filling out paperwork banning me. There's police officers following us filling out trespassing shit. And he looks at me and he's like, you're not a feature creator this year because of the chaos you caused last year. All you do is cause chaos, Tana. Maybe Playlist Live Orlando or something like that would be better for you. I only cause chaos at your events because you won't let me not cause chaos, sir. And if you didn't want there to be chaos, why the fuck would you put my face all over this event? If you didn't want me to cause chaos, why would you let me promote your event? Why would you tell me? Why would you give me that glimmer of hope? And so he's ignoring me. We're walking to the elevator. At this point, I am scream crying, bawling my eyes out. I keep passing other creators. Lauren Beach, Baby Ariel's brother, Dirty Dom, all of Dirty Dom's icon crew. Maybe you can ask them if they remember seeing me in the behind the scenes of VidCon bawling my eyes out. I'm sure that they do, because they were featured creators and allowed to be there, but not me. I'm standing there crying with the CEO of VidCon, all of his employees, all of the security, all of the police officers, Ashley and Jordan. And so as I'm standing there crying, out of the blue, the CEO looks up and he's like, oh, and can you get her manager escorted out right now? And so Jordan's like, I'm not leaving her with you and all of these security guards. She's bawling her eyes out. It's her birthday. Are you kidding me? Like, and so the CEO looks at Jordan and he says, if you don't leave right now or you don't let my security guard escort you out, I'll have the police escort you out. And so then Jordan's like, well, I have a million other clients here at VidCon. Jordan's like, I can't be banned from this event. I can't be escorted out. I'm here with my network. That's insane. Like, I have so many other clients here. And so the CEO's like, well, then you better leave. And so Jordan's like, Tana, I'm sorry. Like, do you care if I leave? Like, whatever. And so the security and the cops that are with us escort Jordan out. And I'm now in the elevator with the CEO of VidCon, Ashley, a few security guards, and I'm just bawling and bawling and bawling my eyes out. And so the elevator eventually gets to the bottom floor. There's literally a car waiting outside to take me away, to ban me from VidCon forever. To make matters worse, the guy that I liked and was talking to, his ex-girlfriend, was outside watching all of this happen, just serves her right. Oh, fucking A, man. We get to the bottom of the elevator and I look at the CEO of VidCon and I'm like, you know what? I'm banned from your event at this point. There's nothing I can say or do. Just know that as somebody who used to be nothing but a fan of your event, you have crushed my soul, and I am absolutely disgusted with you and your entire company and the way you run everything. And I can honestly say in my entire life, I have never met more soulless, heartless human beings than you and your previous boss, Laura Chernikoff. I'll leave. I'll be banned. I don't care. But just know that what I have to say about it is not going to be very nice. And I think it's absolutely insane that you just spent the last 2 years doing everything you could to profit off of me and suck the absolute amount of promotion out of me just to tell me that I'm not good enough to be featured at your event. But everyone else on the same show that you're promoting that I'm in is good enough. Just spent the last 2 years doing everything you could to profit off of me and suck the absolute amount of promotion out of me just to tell me that I'm not good enough to be featured at your event. But everyone else on the same show that you're promoting that I'm in is good enough, sir. And so the SUV is outside and all of the security guards are waiting. They're waiting to take me to this SUV. The cops literally finished filling out my trespassing forms, the charges I'm about to be pressed with, even though my face literally, as we were standing there, if you look up, there's just a billboard. My face is on it. The CEO of VidCon looks at me and he's like, you know what? I've never seen someone, this is the first time he had even 1% amount of soul in him. He goes, I've never seen someone fight so hard for something. You have been fighting to be a featured creator for literally 2 years now. And I'm sorry, we were wrong. We promised you something and we didn't give it to you. And I can't even imagine how you feel knowing that a company has made thousands and thousands of dollars off of you and they won't even feature you. I'm gonna do you this. I'm gonna do you this favor one time. He takes me and Ashley. He walks us upstairs to this random hall where the check-in of VidCon is. He walks behind a desk. There's just a bucket of featured creator passes. Imagine fighting so hard for something and there's just a bucket of 100 of them. First of all, he grabs 2 of them, takes a Sharpie out of his pocket, writes Tana Mongeau on one, Ashley Schwan on the other, hands them to me and Ashley, and he says, here, you are VidCon's first ever honorary spur of the moment featured creator. And honestly, you deserve it. And I look at him and I say, finally, thank you. It's kind of a random ending, right? Just don't worry. There's more. There's more. This was the little peak, but don't worry. It's going right back downhill, baby. The rest of the VidCon weekend, due to these random passes that this man made us, is actually incredible. I'm able to finally go around VidCon the way that I'm supposed to be. I'm finally able to go around on the golf carts and all of the behind the scenes areas. I'm able to get into all of the parties. For the rest of the interviews and press and integrations and all that kind of stuff I had to do, I could do it the correct way. So easy as that man walking upstairs and taking a Sharpie out of his pocket and writing my name on a piece of plastic, but they wouldn't do it for 2 years in a row, right? And so I'm really upset about everything that's happened. I literally had to go back to my hotel and redo my makeup because I cried it all off. Right as the VidCon weekend is about to be over, we're all getting in our cars about to leave. I'm in the convention hall featured creator behind the scenes, and we see the CEO one more time. And so this whole time Jordan's been laying low because they were fighting and all this kind of stuff. And I see him and I walk up to him. Please keep in mind, petty, bitchy, cunty, ridiculous me, who will do everything in her power to be the pettiest ballsiest, ridiculous bitch ever. I walk up to him and I say, listen, I realized that yesterday a lot of crazy stuff went on, but I want to let you know if I did anything to upset you or caused any chaos, I'm really sorry. And even though what you said to me yesterday was really upsetting, I appreciate you making me a featured creator last minute, whatever. I'm super nice. And he looks at me and he's like, don't worry, you'll be a featured creator next year. And so I leave VidCon upset as fuck, but happy that towards the very end, there was a good turn of event. And then 2 years of fighting for something, I finally got somewhere. Also mind blown that it was that easy, that they could have just done it from the beginning. Also very upset knowing that this company I was so in love with as like a little kid and a teenager and I wanted to go to so badly, knowing they don't care about any of you guys, that they don't care about the fans, that they just want your money, that knowing that there's no good in the company at all, and then battling this internal conflict of, do I even want to go next year? Do I want to continue to support a company? Do I want to continue to drive ticket sales to a company that doesn't give a fuck about me or my fans or any creator or any of their fans? Do I want to continue to support a company that treated me that way for no reason and treated my fans that way for no reason and my manager that way for no reason? Do I want to keep doing that? Also, while all of this is happening, this same scenario, but not as bad, not to, you know, suck my own dick, but I mean, I think that I got the pretty shit end of the stick compared to everyone else. Other creators are now coming forward, like Logan Paul and Rice Gum and stuff, talking about VidCon banning them and VidCon treating them so badly and how Logan Paul was attacked by that security guard and all that kind of stuff. And I'm sitting here saying, do I want to come forward with my story? Do I want to tell this or I want to talk about it? But I know that if I do, I'll be banned from VidCon the next year. And I'm so skewed by my love for it and wanting to meet my fans so bad and fighting for something for 2 years. Now I finally feel like I have it. And as much as I want to tell this story, I could just let bygones be bygones and be super respectful and not film the story time and not post it and get to go next year and everything be fine and all that kind of stuff. So I filmed the story time a few times. I know that I should tell it, but VidCon is saying, well, she's going to be a featured creator next year. And I know that if I post it, they're going to take that away. And I've worked so hard for it. So I keep this story a secret and I don't tell anyone. And while every other creator is like boycotting VidCon, I'm keeping my mouth shut. This is the most unproblematic Tana Mongeau has ever been in her entire life. All because I'm finally hoping for third time to be the charm, you know? And so, it's March 24th today as I film this. VidCon is exactly 2 months from now, right? March? No, bad math. March to April to May to June. VidCon is exactly 3 months from today. And so I see that they just announced the first round of featured creators. And I'm not gonna lie to you, based upon what they told me last year, I thought I'd be in the first round of featured creators. But I don't say anything. I'm getting hundreds of tweets all week, still getting hundreds of tweets. You're not in the featured creator lineup for a 3rd year in a row. Where are you, Tana? What's going on? I'm not saying anything. I'm like, oh, they'll announce me in the 2nd round, whatever. I know I'm gonna be a featured creator. They promised. I get a call from my manager telling me that not only did VidCon decide last minute not to make me a featured creator, but they decided it would be better if they banned me from their event for life. So with that being said, fuck VidCon, fuck Laura Chernikov, fuck their current CEO, fuck anyone who created VidCon. And if you want to know why I'm not attending VidCon 2018 this year, that's why. And if you want to ask me if I think you should attend VidCon 2018 this year, I'm gonna have to go with a cool, smooth no. Because not only did their first CEO and the creator of their company tell me 2 years ago that they don't give a fuck about you and they just want your money, but last year, their current CEO now told me the same damn thing to my face, VidCon. So no, I won't be going. I won't be promoting their event. I have wanted to tell you this story for 2 years now, and I can't even begin to explain to you how good this feels, how glad I am that I waited for this conclusion so that I didn't look like a dumbass this year promoting their event for the 3rd time in a row just to show up and be shit on. Fuck you, VidCon. So, now that all of that is being said, if you wanted me at VidCon, I wanted to be there too. I wanted to be there so badly that I kept my mouth shut for 2 years in a row and didn't say shit about all of the hell that they put me through. I kept my mouth shut for so motherfucking long just for them to fuck me so hard in the ass with a giant 10-inch fuck you strap on, you know? you know? So I don't think you should buy tickets to their event, even if you don't fuck with me, even if you don't like me at all, even if you hate me, but you fuck with another creator. They don't want you to meet them. They don't want you to see them. They don't want you to go to their meet and greet. They don't want you to go to their panel. They don't want that creator to do anything. They want that creator to be stuck in their room for 3 days straight, because if they leave, they're causing a hazard. And if you're a smaller creator and you have dreams of one day going to VidCon, they don't give a fuck about you, and they don't want you to go to their event either. So now I guess I'm gonna leave you guys with a few things. Be careful of who you support, and it is the most heartbreaking thing in the world to support something for years and years and years and years just to find out it's a facade. And it's crazy because all of your favorite creators that are being made featured creators, they're not gonna say all of this stuff because they're brand friendly and they want to keep going to the event. And to be honest with you, I don't blame them, because I was them for the last 2 years. I wanted nothing more than that, but I didn't get it, so now I'm saying this. And if you want to know how they treat the people that make the tickets sell, this is how. So I guess the last thing I want to leave you guys with is a question. I think all of the rebelled people and all of the unwanted people should host a little meet and greet in Anaheim, California on the same days as VidCon. I'd love to do it. So if you guys want to leave me suggestions of places in Anaheim to throw a free meet and greet below on my birthday at VidCon this year, let me know, because I'm gonna find a place and I'm gonna do it, because fuck VidCon and I don't want them to take your money, and I would love to meet you guys for free and cause a ruckus for free finally after 2 years. And if you have any favorite creators that are not featured creators at VidCon, or if they're featured creators at VidCon, you should tweet them and tell them you'd like for them to roll through, because I would love to make this shit bigger, better, and freer than VidCon. And I want to let you know, as the CEO of my new meet and greet that I'm having this June, I care about you and I'm excited to fucking meet you. So yeah, that is why I won't be attending VidCon 2018 this year. I will talk to you guys in the next video. Bye.
As soon as they kicked me out, I cried. Well, as soon as they...
Wait, they kicked you out, Mario?
They banned me.
That's crazy! No way, there's a creator in my house who went through the same shit! Bitch, fuck VidCon. But you know where I will be? Playlist Live Orlando, because they rad as hell. Bye, guys. Tweeted about TanaCon. I had a full-fledged emotional breakdown. Not good, not bad. I was flooded with so many emotions, and I sat down in front of the camera and I decided to talk about it. And I totally meant to upload it the next day. God, I should get that tattooed on me in like every language. But I ended up going to Hawaii, and now I'm back, and now I'm uploading it. But it's been a week, and in Tana's world, a week is like 3 years. So many crazy things have happened since I filmed that video. Basically, when I sat down to film that video, I hadn't really announced any of my special guests for TanaCon or talked about it or anything like that. I was more just being emotional and rambling, and yeah, you'll see that in a second. Now, a week later, so much has happened. I guess before I let you guys get into that video, very quickly, I just wanted to say TanaCon is in like a week. In this video, you're going to hear me a million times say all of the sappy shit, so I'll cut that bullshit right now. You guys already know that I could not do it without you, and there's no way in hell that this will ever feel real to me. It still doesn't at all. I don't know what life is right now, man. Like, I cannot fucking believe that I sat down to film a story about one of the worst experiences in my career, and that turned into me having a convention. I'm grateful. I'm mind blown. I lay in bed every single night asking myself, why me? I have not slept since I filmed that fucking VidCon video because I've been planning this fucking convention, and I'm so excited about it. You guys may or may not know, I haven't even talked about it on my YouTube channel, which is crazy because we've already literally sold thousands of tickets based on Twitter and other people's announcements. But TanaCon is a convention that I'm holding with all of your favorite creators with tickets that are either free or $65. And to be able to have a convention with a lineup like this and performances like this and offer that experience for you guys is so incredible to me. And on top of being able to offer you meet and greets and meeting up with all of your favorite creators for this low price, it doesn't stop there. But wait, there's more. Day 2 of TanaCon is completely festival style. Literally think Coachella. Like, all of your favorite YouTubers are performing their music. Gabby's performing Out Loud. Bella's performing all of her new music and her unreleased music. Elijah's performing a bunch of new music and unreleased music. Scotty Sire is performing performing all of his music with all of his friends, which is so sick. What the fuck? You know damn well Lorray is doing first place. Sarah Vasca asked me to do an acoustic version of Hefner, which is going to change my life. Bad Zach with the fire raps, Oscar Wilde, Danny Thorne with the awesome DJ sets. On the traditional side of the world, we just confirmed James Quick, pretty much. Some insane special guests in the rap industry. And that's just the musical performances. Then we have meet and greets, panels, all the traditional convention stuff from some of your favorites. Obviously, as you guys know, I am so insanely blessed to have confirmed Shane. Not only Shane, but Andrew, Ryland, and Morgan. Like, that's, to have Shane and his friends supporting my convention is literally the most jaw-dropping, tear-jerking, emotional thing to have ever happened to me. Like, I literally every single day, once a day, get brought to tears at the fact that Shane loves me and supports me enough to do that. And what's crazy is we weren't even gonna tell people. I was just gonna insinuate it and he was gonna show up. And then Shane just went balls deep, went on Twitter one day. I woke up to it. I was like, so we're announcing? And then a few days later, Casey Neistat did the same damn thing. The fact that Casey fucking Neistat and Shane fucking Dawson support my convention, then to have Bella there doing panels, meet and greets, all that kind of stuff is fucking crazy. She's the best girlfriend in the world and I love her so much. And then very, very quickly before we get into this video, the rest of my fire lineup includes, I'm like, Tana Mongeau, love her, she's so fucking dope. Shane Dawson, Bella Thorne, Ricky Dillon, Elijah Daniel, Gen X Penn, The Gabby Show, Mario Selman, Ashley Schwann, Amari Stewart, Christine Sedelko, Adam22, Lena the Plug, Call Me Charisma, Chris Clemens, Emma fucking Chamberlain, Corinna Kopf, Bradley Wanamaker, Loie Lane, Zane Hijazi, Scotty Sire, Kristen McAtee, Heath Hassar, Matt King, Toddy Smith, Jackson Kriok, Lorray, Nate Garner, Cody Herbinko, Wesley Tucker, Carly Steele, Dr. Woke, Ricky Thompson, Jack Barron, The Bell Twins, Connor Bobby, Rafael Gomez, Sarah Basca, Flamin' Gios, Janine Amapola, Bad Zach, Danielle Cohn, Matthew Taylor, Chloe Couture, Griffin Arland, Caked Up, Ari, Kylie Ray, Aaron Fuller, Lauren Godwin, Lisa Schwartz, what? Kira Santoro, Goddamn Zoe, Weston Curry, Taylor Alicia, Morgan Adams, Carrington Durham, Andrew Sawicki, Brittany Balin, Natalie Paris, Rylan Adams, Aaron Malou, 99 Goon Squad, Jasmine Garcia, Jonas Bridges, Cody Coe, Derek Kildall, Nikki Blackletter, Infinite List, Jesse Page, Papa Jake, Brandon Rogers, Tyler Brown, Justin Blake, and more. That is all we've announced so far. I have an entire other drop of more giant creators to announce as it gets even closer to TanaCon, which is fucking insane. The fact that every person I just named believes, kinda, in shitty little me to hold a convention is insane. Of all of that happening, there are so many dope booths and activations and all that kind of stuff going on inside, in the sense of like mugshot photo booth, maybe a little Facetune photo booth action, maybe a little glitter tears booth, maybe a little Laura's Boutique 10% off pop-up shop, merch, brand new exclusive merch from all of your favorite creators, everything Fanjoy sells, maybe some little tattoo, flash tattoo booths, all kinds of crazy stuff. And as you guys know, I only originally wanted to do free tickets, but we ended up doing a VIP option just in case people wanted to like skip the lines and get a gift bag and go into little exclusive areas and all that kind of stuff. I feel like any convention or festival should have that kind of option. So we've been preparing the gift bags and all of the perks for VIP, and to offer that at such a low price of $65 is fucking sick, and I feel great about it, and I'm just super thankful. I wanted to put all that in the beginning of this video because I feel like a lot of people have had so many questions, and the rest of this video is just very rambly and emotional, and you will see that in a second. And please don't think that because I'm smiling and look like this right now that I'm still not an emotional wreck. It doesn't feel real. I feel like I'm living in a dream, and it's all because of you guys. Meetup groups and selections, so if you want to meet any of the people I just named, will be announced later in the week, and all that kind of stuff. Panels, lineup, all that good stuff is coming at you before you know it, and you guys have no idea for these surprises that I have in store for you. I myself will be performing some unreleased songs that are unlike anything you've ever heard before, and I can actually dare to call music, maybe. And obviously some live stories you've never heard, all that kind of stuff. I definitely am putting my heart and soul into my performances, my meet and greets, my panels, all that kind of stuff as well, and I'm fucking excited for Tana. You guys to know that safety and coordination is also a giant priority of mine, seeing as I've been stalked my whole life. So even though I am a reckless motherfucker, we are doing a convention, like the real really shitty right now. 3:51 in the morning on Wednesday, May 30th, 2018. I was actually laying down getting ready for bed. That's why I look like this. And as you guys know, everything is going on with TanaCon lately, and I've been day in. I've never ever put this much work or heart and soul soul in time and no sleep and craziness into anything in my entire life, let alone my entire career. And I was talking about it and I said something to one of my friends downstairs about VidCon, and they were like, oh yeah, did you see their tweet? And I was like, haha, very funny, what tweet? You know, like assuming it was something random or that they were mocking me or making a joke. And they were like, no, I thought you didn't see it, their tweet about you. And I'm like, no, like I haven't seen their tweet about me. Are you kidding? Like, funny joke. And they were like, no, look it up. And I was like, okay. And I searched for VidCon's Twitter. Here, I'm gonna read it. And VidCon tweets, our goal of VidCon is to celebrate and lift up the online community and create a space where people feel welcome and safe. We take accountability for the areas we need to improve and hope to get better year after year. We hope everyone has a wonderful summer, whether you're going to VidCon, TanaCon, another event, or just staying home. Our goal is to foster positive communities and support others online and in real life. For those of you coming to VidCon, we'll see you soon. 14 hours ago. The responses are all people saying they're going to TanaCon. I have no words. I have no words. And so that is the reason why I am sitting down right now at 3:51 in the morning to talk on camera. I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I'm a very passionate, in the moment, impulsive person. And the second I'm feeling something, or if I'm feeling too much of an emotion, I need to sit down and talk to you guys instantly. I don't ever want to put it off. It's literally like when you get exciting news or you feel shitty about something and you need to call your best friend, like I call you guys. Like I sit down and I do this. And I've always done that. That's why I started my YouTube channel. I just needed someone to talk to, and here I am. So that's what I'm doing right now. None of this feels real. Speaking of Ashley, who won't get the fuck out, I remember being at VidCon with Ashley and being in that guy's face and scream crying. Like, actually imagine me scream crying. Like flailing my being, screaming. Imagine also knowing that you're so banned from an event for no reason as well, and being so upset and worked up about it that you are willing to so daringly, so ballsily, for lack of a better word, get in someone's face and scream, tell me why I'm not good enough. Tell me why I'm not good enough. Tell me why I'm not good enough, while bawling. Like that, when I look back to that, like I have goosebumps right now. That is such a low point in life, in heart, in career, in every aspect. You know, while you and your manager and all of your best friends get kicked out and banned from an event that you've loved your whole life. That is a low point that you think that you can never bounce back from. And to be sitting here right now, planning an event with all of my best friends and my girlfriend and people I love working with and everyone that I love to the fullest capacity, for the people that I love the most in this world, the only people who will ever save my life, you guys, like to be planning this event with the people that I love the most, for the people that I love the most, like, and then to be able to make it free and to secure every creator I've ever looked up to as a featured creator on my lineup, like to go from such a low to the highest high of my life is the most existentializing, like step out of my perspective, humbling, crazy, psycho fucking feeling that I never thought would happen. It's so crazy to me too, because even after uploading it, I kept saying that the feeling that the video made me feel, that release of that weight of years of like holding in like hurt and damage and anger and pain, like towards someone and something, the feeling of that weight lifting off my shoulders, if that was all that came from the video, that's why I make videos, for me to be my most authentic, genuine self for you guys. Like that's all worth it in the end. Like, and then for all of this to come from it, like, and I remember in that video literally saying like, let's do a meetup in Anaheim. Like when I was talking about that, I was envisioning like me in a parking lot, like just like Snapchatting, having a good time with you guys, like doing what I did in Chicago, like, and then like people started commenting like, no, have a TanaCon. Like TanaCon didn't come from me ever really even saying it seriously. It was you guys saying it so much. And you guys, I remember like for days, all my tagged photos were people going on like Redbubble and like Photoshop and making hoodies that say TanaCon, to the point where I was like, fuck it, should I just make one? Like from you guys making that happen. And it's just not real to me, and it wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for you guys. I don't care if people say like I'm vulgar or whatever. Like I have this sick ass fucking platform of over 10 million people across my socials, and I'm getting to use it to change this industry, and that makes me the happiest girl on this planet. Who fucking says that the little guy, that the underdog, that the people that no one ever thought could do it can't do it, you know? And I'm nervous, but I think and I hope we can do it together. It's like I have so many words, but I just want to sit here and keep saying I couldn't do it without you, and I never thought this would happen. And I'm so, it sounds so cheesy and so simple and random, but I'm so fucking excited for TanaCon. It wouldn't be possible without, first and foremost, you guys. Bella being being the best girlfriend in the world and believing in me and being all of the crazy creativity and fun brains and business mind that looks out for me and just fucking everything. She's superwoman and I'm so in love with her, and the fact that I get to have an event where I perform with her and like show her off to you guys and you guys get to like see us together and shit like that, like that's not real to me. I'm so excited. Like, and the creators that are willing to do this, like TanaCon would just be another Tana tour show glorified if it wasn't for every creator I've literally ever loved in every aspect, makeup ones, funny ones, fucking whatever it may be, joining this lineup and coming together again, like knowing that my birthday gets to be like dictated by me this year and I actually get to have a good time, like for real, fully, again, for the 1000th time in this video. If you would have told me on my birthday when I was sobbing that I would get to do this year, like it would make it all 10 times more worth it. Everything happens for a reason and you can make anything good out of the worst things that happen to you. You need the lows to appreciate the highs or inspire the highs, and I have so much to talk about. I know I just keep talking, but like on top of all of that, the response when the tickets went live in the first 2 minutes, 2,000 were gone. Free tickets just gone. Thousands and thousands of free tickets just gone with the wind. People sitting there refresh just to get a ticket to my event. For the amount of people that want a VIP experience, or right now that are getting VIP tickets and want to skip the lines and want to do the long meet and greets and care about the shit I'm gonna put in their gift bag, which is dope as fuck, by the way. I just haven't had time to sit back and really like sob about this shit. Like, as you can see, that's definitely gonna be some hell. My special guest too is like, you didn't. There's no way. I don't believe you. Show me your special guest. I don't believe you. Show me the text. Show me the emails. Like, there's no way that you're booking those people for your convention. The shit that I'm doing and the new music that I'm premiering and the heart and soul that I'm putting into this, like, just know that every person at every panel was hand selected for that panel because I thought that what they would have to say would be the best for that topic, and every person's meet and greet time is based on if they wanted one where they're gonna be more tired, less tired, whatever it may be. Every single person's merch will be the cheapest it can be, down to the fucking dollar. Every single free item is going to be what I would want the most. Every single photo booth, inch of space, the floor, the walls, the ceiling, the parking lot, the outside of the building, the hotel rooms in the fucking hotel. Like, I'm sitting there and articulating and being so fucking meticulous about, because like, how could I not, with this opportunity fallen in my hands? Most people plan conventions in years and I'm doing it in months. Not even months. TanaCon is in 3 weeks. I gotta go. I gotta get back to work. I just had to sit down and talk about all of this. I'd been meaning to make a TanaCon update and I was totally gonna clickbait it like VidCon is suing me, because that is all the rumors that I've been hearing every day of the week, and then for it to take such a drastic turn to them tweeting this. I'm so excited to see them grow, and I hope that the future of whatever creators they choose, whether they're the right choice in my opinion or the community's opinion or not, that they get treated better and that the fans actually get the experience that is promised / they deserve. And I'm also so incredibly excited for the future of TanaCon and the future of making my event as cheap and free as possible for everyone like me who
Hey guys. So,
hey security guards, how you doing? Are you good? That's great. I'm not, so it's fine.
okay, so basically, we're at TanaCon and we've been waiting for like 2 hours.
We're probably gonna take 4. Okay.
4. What time is it? It's like 11. It's almost 12.
Yeah, but we got here like 9.
Okay, so here's the line. We still out here. We're standing here and yeah. Hi Todd. Bye baby. See you later.
Bye, babe.
Hey guys, so this is what happened at TanaCon.
Oh my god.
Guys, we were in line for almost 5 hours. Almost 5. And we got really sunburned.
Like, do you see the difference in my face and my body?
Like, we were in the sun for 5
Oh, it's fine.
hours.
And I didn't give us
and
any
now
water.
we're tomatoes.
So it's great.
No water.
Some random girl handed me a bottle of water.
So basically,
They wanted us to die. I'm just kidding.
no, it's not Tana's
You're-
fault.
The clickbait.
Clickbait.
They tried to
We
kill us.
almost died at TanaCon. But basically what happened was, we were waiting in line since like 9 a.m. and I guess that people without tickets
Got in.
got in before people who paid online. I don't know, I'm kind of confused, but apparently they're gonna fix it before tomorrow. But so we were like literally next to get like our badges, and then they're just like, so it's canceled.
And the girl at the table literally got up and ran.
Yeah, the girl who was like scanning tickets and giving these out, like literally was giving these out to everybody.
No, like one of the guys, like I think he like thought people were gonna like riot or something, so he literally like told
he was
her,
like, we need to get
let's
out
go.
of here.
And then she literally just got up and ran, like
and like
she
set these down.
She just put them down and like ran, and then people just started grabbing
So they didn't
stuff.
even scan our tickets.
But there's no way of telling, cause
there's like nothing on here. So I guess tomorrow we have to do that again. But like we're gonna.
But
go
I asked the
super
lady.
Yeah, she was like, you don't have to register. So, but like, how will they know who has these?
I guess it's just whoever has one.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, you're in.
I mean, then we got this.
Gucci princess.
The things we do for Tana. So yeah, we're not blaming Tana. It's just like sucks that this happened to her. Like people
And
probably like
everyone's
are
gonna be
giving
so
so much
mad.
hate. Yeah, they're gonna be so mad at her. It's like, okay,
But
she's
she-
19.
I
She's
know.
a teenager
Like, what
planning
do
a
you expect?
convention as big as VidCon. Like, okay. I literally haven't been this sunburned in my life, but we do it for Tana. It wasn't her fault. I don't know whose fault it was, and I could be wrong about a lot of the things that we were saying, but we just like kind of summarized our experience and what we heard by hearsay and like Tana's tweets and stuff. So yeah, we're still gonna go out tomorrow if they have the TanaCon day 2 tomorrow, if they have it in like a convention, whatever. But yeah, this is just our experience, and we hope tomorrow's better. But yeah, that was just like kind of our thing, and yeah, that's why I didn't vlog a lot today, because it was kind of just, it wasn't entertaining at all. It was just waiting in line, and then when chaos was happening, like, you couldn't pull out your phone. I mean, I guess you could, but I didn't want to like pull out my phone. I just like kind of was watching what was going on.
Update, been online, what, an hour and a half. There's apparently 20,000 people, and there's only like 30,000 at VidCon. This is the first one. Pretty crazy. Looking forward to getting in, getting some breeze.
You this worse if you start stealing badges.
To my bagsy from TanaCon. Stickers from PETA, not from Family Guy. Oevo, sponsored by Jason Nash, but he's nowhere to be found. Gucci Princess, but I can't afford that because I wasted my money on a ticket. And I don't even know what this is. Cruelty-free shopping guide. Again, I can't afford to shop, so what is that? This is double the ticket price though, so that's really swell. I took more stickers, we don't have to talk about that. Oh, whatever this is, with no ticket, so that's really helpful. And then a condom, a Tana condom, which I tried putting on my foot, but it broke. Just so much as broken as the TanaCon organization. And then a bag to suffocate myself with because I can't do anything in California because there's nothing left.
Do you want to talk about your burns?
Which ones? There are so many. Are we talking about the mental scars that have occurred? The rejection I've received? The abandonment from Tana herself? Are we talking about the burns from the sun? The tears in my eyes that now stream down my face in the form of foundation pink. just dripping down my face and they're not even there anymore. They hurt, if that's what you mean. Chat for now. Both Tana and Michael signed a contract stating that the allowed amount was 1,000 people. Yet, once everything blew over and they realized that their little plan wouldn't work because, well, the contract was a contract and it entailed what was the actual agreement, not 5,000 people. That's how it works. I mean, like, we've been clicking I agree to these terms and conditions for way too many years now for you not to understand that a contract is a contract and a contract is a contract. It's really that simple. Honestly, I didn't know I could do that. A contract is a contract and a contract is a contract. We're gonna do like a new like dance. It's gonna be like the TanaCon dance, but it's gonna be like a contract dance. Like read your contracts, bitch. And truthfully, the proof is in the pudding. It's like Snooki's new book. But the proof is also in the pudding because there's a clip within the Shane Dawson video part 3 where we actually see behind the scenes and someone says, yeah, Michael was told that the allowed amount was 1,000 and we've already surpassed that. And in another clip we see Michael say, yeah, you've seen the space, we're gonna have to make this work. You can't tell me that like you was expecting 5,000 people to not show up. You sold those tickets, you said they were gonna be free, they weren't free. And now all of a sudden you're trying to say that it was really 20,000 just to try and mold this to make it look like what actually happened, but a larger scale so that it's not falling on you, it's falling on us. But after it came out that there were not 20,000 people via a police statement, and they said that there were about 4,000 to 5,000 tickets, hold on. Well, we are all numbers, so I guess we really were just all tickets standing outside. Just like little receipts of $65 in your pocket without giving us anything. But yeah, all those tickets were standing outside, but we weren't 20,000 of tickets. We were about 4,000. And once it came out that police debunked the fact that there were 20,000 tickets or people outside, you have to avert it in a new way. So now he starts throwing the PR bust statement of, now I'm going to lose my house. I would have never wanted this to happen. Who in their right mind would have wanted this to happen? And this entire time the guy was lying, like to all of us, saying that he spent $100,000 on security, and yet it was only $60,000 and there were only 25 security guards there at a time, which is half of what VidCon would have. Like, he was lying straight to Tana's face. And honestly, I feel like he was just trying to like give her what she wanted to hear. And I don't think he necessarily thought it through, but I kind of feel like he thought it was all worth it for his documentary. Because why else would he tell her that like her footage wouldn't be hers, and why would he keep plugging it in Shane's video? It sounds a little bit bizarre to me. Sounds like there's some motive out there. And I think that he probably felt like if there was some sort of chaos, the more talk this would get. Who the fuck is Michael Weiss? I would have asked you about 2 weeks ago. And then also at the end of the day, what really disappoints me is the fact that Tana doesn't really seem sorry. She seems sorry that she let Shane down, or creators down, and she kept really enforcing the fact that she feels horrible for what they must have gone through. But I kind of feel like it's simply for the clout. It's a word that she throws around a lot, and I'm sure some of it is satirical, but just based on her actions alone, generally, just who she hangs out with, I would kind of say that she is all about the clout. And I mean, maybe you kind of have to be in this industry, but not in a way where it's going to harm others or when you're not going to consider others. And I do agree with Shane stating that I don't think she noticed that she was really just in this because everyone was on her side. But I also feel like now, post-catastrophe, although I do not feel like she saw this coming, I kind of feel like she's living for the fact that TanaCon is being spoken about so much. Why else would her Twitter name still be TanaCon? She would have changed that shit. And even though Tana keeps saying like that she's sorry and that no matter what, it's her fault or whatever, at the end of the day, she keeps averting the blame onto Michael. And she'll also be like, you know, like, well, all this is my fault anyway, but Michael. And that's kind of manipulating, to be honest. I mean, if you really feel like everything is your fault, you would kind of like apologize about it from your heart and kind of speak about why you're sorry, rather than, I mean, like, I'm sorry, but he did this. I kind of feel like she's really only sorry because her career could be at stake. And that's disappointing coming from a creator that you've always thought was super funny. Granted, funny and reckless, and she's probably funny because she's reckless, so therefore this adds up. But whatever. I guess the moral of the story is... What is the moral of the story? I feel like we have answers, but we don't have all the answers, and I kind of wish that some sort of expose would actually come out, like just like shining a light through the tea so the tea wasn't so cloudy so I could actually see what's like in it. Like, could I get a list of ingredients, please?
I wanted to give you guys an update about the TanaCon thing. And it's so funny. I know that people don't care anymore. I'm aware. It's been like 2 days. I get it. People are like, next, like moving on. For some reason, I like can't. I'm like losing my mind over it. I've been really emotional all day. I've been like spiraling a lot. And just watching just hours and hours of videos from people who were there, and like watching them talk about it, like putting faces to it, if that makes sense. Like, you hear the words like, you know, fucking 20,000 people came and then they left and they were pissed, and you're like, okay, like that's crazy. But when you actually see it, and you, hi Ricky. I know, Ricky, yeah, I feel like you feel very similar to how I'm feeling right now. When you actually see it, and you see, and you hear their stories, and they're real people who, like some of them flew in, you know, some of them drove so far, they spent so much money on hotels, and, like, one girl I talked to, like, flew there, and she spent so much money that she didn't have to make it work, and then she stayed there all day, and of course it was canceled, and she just had to go right back home. And it's just like, fuck, like, that's a person, that's one person, and if there really were thousands and thousands of people, they all probably have equally awful, sad stories. And it's just like, what the fuck, like, this sucks. And I'm sick of just people being like, I'll make it better. It's like, shut up. Like, will I? I don't know. What can I literally do to make it better? I'm trying. I got the list of, it took me a while, but I got the list of the people that RSVP'd. So I have like a plan for that, I'm like, okay, well, I have the list of people who RSVP'd, so I'm going to do a meetup in LA for those people, and anybody else who came to TanaCon that's from LA, I'm going to do a free meetup for them, and then I'm going to hopefully do my next book tour. I'm going to meet up with everybody around the country, but that doesn't fix it. Like, that doesn't, like... I know it's not my fault, because I literally, like, had no idea what was going on. I like Tana, so I'm like, alright, like, I'll go. Like, that sounds cool. I hate conventions, but okay, like, I just am so mad that it happened. And I'm not even, like, specifically mad at... I'm not, like, mad at Tana. I'm not... There's nobody I'm specifically mad at, obviously. I'm mad that it happened. And I'm, like, having trouble moving on from that. And I'm having trouble not getting answers. Like, why was the convention center... I'm sorry. Why was the hotel lobby so fucking small? If even 1,000 people were coming, why was it the size of a bathroom? Okay. And then, of course, me with my fucking conspiracy theories, I'm just thinking, like... I'm thinking a lot of things. And I'm just struggling. I'm struggling to, like, move on from it. I know that sounds so crazy. I know I'm dramatic and, like... Not dramatic. I'm sensitive. Tana's name... Because it's just unnecessarily, like, throwing her name constantly into this. Even though it is her convention, technically. But it's not. Because, like, so many people were there to see me and other people. So it's kind of like... We were all supposed to make these kids happy. And we all fucking failed. Didn't have control over it, but it happened, right? I'm just going to call it FailCon. So, even if FailCon happened, and, it worked, right? There still would have been so many disappointed people, because it would be impossible to meet that many people, right? Like, it would be impossible. Like, even if, like, we figured it out, we got the right security, whatever, like, if there was 5,000 people there, it would be impossible for 5,000 people to meet any of their favorite YouTubers, because that's a lot of people, so how the fuck would that happen? So then you just have thousands of people who are like, oh, I didn't get to meet Shane or Tana. Guess I'll go home. Like, then what is that? Like, I'm just, like, thinking, like, what was this? Listen, I know everybody involved is, trying to make it better. But I just feel like there's some weird fucking shit that people are going to just ignore and move on from. And I am holding back talking about it because I don't want it to somehow, hurt Tana or any of the YouTubers involved. But, like, I don't think there was 15,000 people. I just don't. I think there's so much about it that's not true. It feels like a conspiracy. It feels like I'm in a conspiracy. I don't fucking buy it. I don't buy it. And I have so much fucking guilt in me right now. And it's so hard for me to sleep. Because I feel like people were scammed. VidCon sabotage Tana. No, you know what's so funny? It's actually the opposite. And this is something I might get in trouble for saying. At this point, it's 5 in the morning, so I don't care. VidCon actually was trying to help. Like, I was getting messages and phone calls and emails from people very high up at VidCon, who I haven't talked to in years, because I haven't been to VidCon in years. And they were trying to help. They were like, what can we do? They're like, what can we do? Because we don't want anybody hurt. We don't want anybody, like, it's just, you know, we don't want Tana hurt. We just want everybody to be okay. Of course they wouldn't publicly say that, because they were like, we don't want to publicly say anything because we don't want, you know, we don't want to look like we're like claiming victory over whatever. Like, we don't care. We just literally don't want anybody hurt, because we heard that there's like chaos going on. So it's like VidCon, if anything, VidCon has been like more helpful than the people that were running TanaCon. So then that's where I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Well, I have the list of the RSVPs, which even that is like, there's only 390 names on the list. I'm like, wasn't the RSVP supposed to be 500? Even that's confusing. Like, are these real people? And then I was watching fucking videos from kids who said they RSVP'd. And then I looked their name up, and their names are not on the list. And I'm just like, is any of this real? Like, am I in a movie right now? Are we all in a simulation? Who the fuck is controlling the simulation? I just want to know what happened. And I feel like I never will. And that's what is making me not be able to sleep. So, that's my night. It just is bothering me. And I don't think Tana knows any of this either, because I think she's so, like, overwhelmed that I don't think she's really probably even, like, really fallen down the hole yet. Because when you fall down that hole and you see these videos of all these fucking people and their stories, it's fucked up. It's crazy. There was, like, babies there. Babies who were burning in the sun. I mean, it's probably the parents' fault for bringing babies, but you know what I mean. Anyways. I do know this. That's why I don't go to conventions. Because I fucking hate them.
We're never getting in because there's no way to fucking get in.
Then she needs to give everybody their money.
Yeah!
Refund!
This shit show couldn't get any worse!
Are you guys having fun today?
Is that bright enough? Yeah. Okay. There's a lot going on right now. I am about to go interview Tana Mongeau, about a lot of things. But we've been filming all day today because a bunch of stuff happened that I'm gonna get to. I literally don't even know where to start. I'll start with TanaCon. So TanaCon was supposed to be Tana's version of VidCon. It's a convention where you can meet your favorite YouTuber. It's inclusive and anybody can come, and it was being marketed as like a free version of VidCon.
If you guys want to leave me suggestions of places in Anaheim to throw a free meet and greet at VidCon this year, let me know, because I'm going to find a place and I'm going to do it.
And this all started because Tana made a video about VidCon where she was saying, oh, they treated her poorly.
Not only did VidCon decide last minute not to make me a featured creator, but they decided it would be better if they banned me from their event for life.
And they were, you know, doing a lot of shady things to YouTubers.
But every year you guys do everything in your power to make it hell for me, but only after I promote the shit out of your event, and don't you think that's fucked up?
She wanted to create her version of VidCon, but better.
I would love to make this shit bigger, better, and freer than VidCon.
And then when that video went out, a lot of YouTubers started tweeting about it and kind of like siding with her. Like a lot of YouTubers were like, yeah, we agree, Team Tana.
And reportedly there are already 80 confirmed creators to attend. You have Miranda Sings, Ricky Dillon, Casey Neistat, Bella Thorne.
It was pretty crazy because Tana's one of those people where she's very polarizing. A lot of people don't like her. A lot of people think she's a mess. Like, they don't trust her. They think she's lying a lot. But for some reason, this specific thing, everybody was like, I'm on Team Tana.
Personally, I hope it does well because the success of others and people being more independent in this community leads to more success for others being independent in this community.
So then TanaCon became a reality. She was planning a convention the same weekend as VidCon.
It starts tomorrow at the same time VidCon is happening.
Right down the street from VidCon. Literally within walking distance. And this convention, she was saying, was going to be free or have really cheap VIP tickets.
And I would love to meet you guys for free and cause the ruckus for free.
And all your favorite creators were going to be there. Now, she texted me and she was like, hey, I totally understand if you don't want to come, but like, it would mean the world to me if you did. And I said, yes. I've been on YouTube for a long time. I was literally at the first VidCon back in 2009 or 2010.
Hey, Shira Lazar coming to you backstage at VidCon with Shane Dawson. How was it? Because this is the first ever VidCon conference of its kind.
When it was just 1,000 people, and it was a few YouTubers, and it was really small, and I was there in my fucking ugly vest and straightened hair.
So awesome, Shane Dawson's here. Can you sign my book, please?
Of course, yeah. And I did that because the Green brothers, you know, asked me to do it, and they wanted me to support them, and I did. So that's why I decided to go to TanaCon, because I wanted to support Tana. She was trying something new, and I was like, you know what? I hate conventions. I haven't been to VidCon forever. I fucking hate this shit. So let's do convention. Okay, I wasn't a part of the planning. I wasn't a part of anything except for the fact that I was like, sure, I'll come. Which now, in retrospect, is the worst decision I think I've ever made.
She created her own event called TanaCon, and it got shut down today.
Not only was TanaCon a failure, but it was a safety hazard.
Getting in here, I need everybody to move and clear this out because we have the paramedics coming in.
Everyone is in this hot parking lot with no bathrooms, no water, no food.
I know you've been standing in some hot sun. I know you need water. I know you guys need food.
It caused riots.
Why are we causing a riot?
Please do not steal the badges.
It caused so many thousands of people to get sunburns, like third-degree burns on their bodies.
We were in line for almost 5 hours.
As you can see, I am burnt. Actually, this hurts.
People were passing out. Nobody was even getting into the convention center. The convention center wasn't even a convention center. It was a hotel lobby the size of a Chipotle, and they were acting like they could fit 5,000 people in there, which is crazy.
Check-in line. This is crazy.
There too.
What? So you end up right here, but you start way back here.
And then of course it was canceled.
Okay, what's happening?
I don't know. They canceled it because there's way too many people.
There was a lot of drama involving that. I mean, you had James Charles going on a Twitter rant. I was with him when he was ranting, and I mean, I know he was getting a lot of shit for it, but I agreed with everything he was saying. This was a mess. It was a mess. Tana wasn't taking accountability. She wasn't returning anybody's phone calls or texts. Her team was being confused and like not helping either. Everything about this was Titanic. Now, it got canceled. Thank God. Nobody got seriously hurt. But now we're left in a place where I don't know if anybody's getting refunds. I haven't been able to really talk to anybody. But even more confusing, I've been hearing some crazy theories that maybe all of this was planned to fail. It sounds crazy, but why else would they have a hotel lobby where it says on the website it fits 1,000 people? Why would they sell 5,000 tickets? Also, in all the videos of people at TanaCon, everybody purchased tickets. Everybody.
Featured fucking creative badge. I have not seen a single other badge. You guys seen any people that claim they got free passes or anything? No.
She said that there were separate lines for VIP and regular, but whenever I went through the line, there was no difference at all.
Nobody saw anybody with a free ticket, which is the whole thing. Oh, Tana's giving out free tickets.
And I would love to meet you guys for free and cause the ruckus for free.
Where are they? And then the big story was, oh, 20,000 people showed up. And that's why it was canceled, because 20,000 fucking crazy teenagers showed up and ruined everything for everybody.
And well, she expected about 5,000 people to show up. 20,000 people showed up.
I didn't expect 15,000 people to show up.
Then you look at the actual footage, and it does not look like 20,000 people. And everybody that's been there that I've talked to said no, maybe a few thousand, not 20. So then you start to think, okay, what if this whole thing was bullshit? There was no free tickets. What if everybody paid $65 for a ticket?
And freer than VidCon.
And what if 1,000 of them were inside? And then the other 4,000 that paid to be there were outside waiting to get in. But there was literally no room inside. So it wasn't a riot. It wasn't like a bunch of crazy people saying fuck VidCon. It was kids who paid money to be there, standing out in the sun, burning their asses off. Now the reason this makes sense to me is because, number one, who the fuck is Good Times Touring Company? Who is that? I've never heard of them. I don't know what they are. Are they even real? Number two, look at this picture, okay? This is a picture of a group of 20,000 people. This is what it looks like. All right, now this is the supposed 20,000 people that were outside of TanaCon. Fuck about me, I don't know. But when I saw all the footage and I saw all the kids making videos that were there, so many of them said they went there specifically to see me.
This is some great content right here, bro. This is SunshineryYT now.
I mean, there was kids who flew there to see me.
As soon as he announced that he was going, I bought a ticket, and then I was like, oh, now I need a flight, I need a hotel and stuff. Can I afford all of this? No. But I did.
I was like, oh, that's really cool. You know, like, Shane Dawson doesn't really go out to conventions. I spent $2,000 to fly from Hawaii.
Well, and that's another thing. I don't even know if I'll get to meet Shane tomorrow. I paid $1,000 just to be here with my plane ticket and with the hotel.
There were so many people walking around in my picture and in my other merch and with the Illuminati pop sockets, and I think that's when it really hit really close to home. This isn't TanaCon anymore. This is like all of us con, and all of these kids were fucked over, and I'm a part of that. You know, my face was on the fucking website. I told people come see me, and they got nothing. They literally got fucked.
And I'm gonna say this right now, the main reason why I bought the TanaCon tickets and like begged to go, and like my mom got this for me for my birthday, was because of Shane, because I've been watching him for 10 years, like since I was like literally 12.
And it's been like eating at me. I have been not sleeping. I even was up at like 5 a.m. doing an Instagram live just talking about it because I needed to talk about it and everybody around me was sick of hearing about it. And I'm sick of just people being like, I'll make it better. Like, will you? And I think the main reason I want to really figure this shit out is because I'm mad. I'm mad that all of these people that paid money were lied to, but more importantly, they were disappointed and they thought they were gonna have a really fun, awesome time. Tana made this whole video about, oh, this is gonna be better than VidCon, it's gonna be so much fun, this is for you guys, and like, it was fucking worse than VidCon. It was awful.
This is insane.
If I was Tana, I would be to the point where I wanted to literally move out of the country. That's another thing too. I want to talk to Tana and be like, what the fuck were you thinking? Was this your fault? Whose fault was this? And why haven't you figured out a way to fix it? Because there's only so much tweets can actually do. And somebody needs to pay for it. So.
It's a question.
I mean, I think a big part of it too is going to be like the constant weirdness of that guy on the Segway.
Sorry, I was recording.
But the guy, Michael, the guy who was the CEO of whatever Good Times is, I don't even know if that's a real thing. Is it a company? But in all the footage that people have of TanaCon, like all the crazy chaos, the riots, whatever, you just see this guy with like bleach blonde hair and like a Gucci necklace, scarf thing, and he's just like segwaying around the convention. Like, Segway, like it was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Do you think he would let us interview him?
Man, that would be crazy.
He literally, I texted him, I was like, hey, I need to talk to somebody about literally something. And he said, I'm so sad. I invested every penny in this to make this work. I'm gonna lose my house over this. Now I'm thinking like, everybody's blaming him and saying that TanaCon was a nightmare because the people who organized it were scamming everybody. But were they? Or was it Tana? Did Tana know? Like, I wanna interview both of them.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's crazy.
Right? Like, at the same time.
I didn't even think about that. Oh my god. You're gonna have a...
Because it's not even about like exposing and like drama and tea. It's literally not tea. It's like there's some fucked up shit going on and I want to know what it is, and I'm sick of seeing like public statements about it from like people's Twitters. I want to like hear what the fuck happened. And they're just gonna wait for it to go away. I know that. What company is owned by a 20-year-old guy on a Segway? Like, what is that?
I'll take 3 questions.
3.
Anyways, more importantly, I want to hear from the people that were there. I've already talked to one girl, Caitlin. I saw a video she posted where she was showing her sunburns. She was talking about like how she flew out to meet specifically me and you guys, my friends. So I met up with her. I took a picture with her, and you can see her sunburn in the picture. It's crazy. Like, her whole chest was like...
Yeah, it was crazy.
Literally crazy, right?
Yeah. It makes sense, though. I mean, like, if you're standing outside for 4 hours with the sun just beating on you, with obviously not anticipating that, so you don't have, like, a hat or sunscreen or anything to cover yourself up.
There was these 2 girls that I saw tweeting about this, and they came from Florida. That's another thing. People are like, oh, Shane, calm down. Like, most people were from California. Oh, most people were just from VidCon. Like, no, I think a lot of people flew out here for this. Then, when I got the list... They sent me the list of people that RSVP'd for my specific meet and greet. Most of them were not from California. Most of them are from like Arkansas, Texas, whatever. I also just want to know like what they think should be done.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Morgan's pulling in. She's gonna hit us with her car. Here, let's go over here.
So we just want to come and meet you. We're from Florida.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hi Morgan. You didn't know we're here. I didn't know.
Welcome to TanaCon! Do you want to go inside? I think you've been standing in the sun.
It's all good. You know, we're used to it. It's okay. We have water this time around.
Oh my god, yeah. Well, I have died.
What is happening?
TanaCon, you didn't know? Or did you not get the email?
I didn't bring enough food for everyone. But they already experienced that.
I swear, we're like... I'm sorry, I'm just like losing
as dirty as you imagine.
No. Oh my god. Also, you're so much skinnier in person. Like, I'm...
Welcome to TanaCon.
I meant to say that. Oh my god, that's the window.
That's the window. Yes, that's the window. That's the floor.
Oh my god,
that's the dog hair. That's right there. It's right there. You want a picture back? You want a selfie about the dog hair?
I do have dog hair. Oh my god, it's so iconic. Oh my god.
Wait, what's iconic?
It's like Morgan just sitting there eating, and then Cheetah was just like... No, go for it. Oh, sunburn too, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't want
to. No, go ahead. It's totally fine.
Oh my god.
Yeah. She might have some too, I don't know.
I mean,
oh my god.
A lot of people were like kind of covering me though, so I wasn't as bad as her, but...
People were covering, just save her. People were like, she's younger than us.
Oh my god, it's like the war.
It was.
Wait, you're really bad.
I mean, it was just kind of like, I mean, she was already like dehydrated at that point. I mean, granted, we should have showed up with water and stuff, but we kind of just like...
Should you have though?
I mean, it was just ridiculous. Like, I remember there was this one mom walking around, it got so bad to where like some lady was waiting for 8 hours. She was just like, my daughter's been sitting here for hours, and I think they came from Canada or something, and they were just saying like, and the thing is though, like, we felt so bad the whole time knowing that like, we didn't want you guys to think it was on you. We didn't like, and you have no reason to think that, but for the longest time we were just thinking, you know, we can't even imagine what Shane must be thinking right now. Like, cause honestly, like, I know you said in your video, like, it wasn't TanaCon. We don't want to call it TanaCon. We came for you. Like, so many people came for you. And we were holding on to hope, and we knew as soon as like, I want to say like an hour, and we just knew it wasn't gonna happen. But I mean, we're trying to hold out, you know. It was one of those things, and we don't want you to be upset. We're here for everybody that was supposed to meet you.
Oh my god.
It's okay.
I wasn't trying to cry or anything. I just don't. I'm like so fucked up over this. I know it seems like maybe it seems fake or something. I literally haven't slept in so long. I feel so awful. I like thinking about people out in the sun for that long and like kids and there's no water and then you guys are just like thinking like, oh well, at least we're gonna meet some of our favorite YouTubers. At least that's gonna happen, and then that fucking doesn't happen, and you leave burnt. And then here I am, like...
There was nothing you guys could have done. I mean, we were, you know, of course at the time we were like, you know, this is so fucked up. Why didn't Tana do something sooner? But it's like, she didn't know anything that was going on. We were fortunate enough after about 5 hours, we made it inside.
You were inside?
We were inside. We got inside.
Yeah.
So
the people behind us.
But the thing is, I can tell you right now, I can verify everything that you said in your video. There was no security, nothing in terms of a bag check. When they would cancel the event, we thought a shooting was going on because we knew that they didn't check our bags.
We're doing our best though to make sure that every single person being let inside was going through a double, triple security pass.
It felt like we were in a conspiracy the entire time. I knew there were not 15,000 additional people there. There was not a chance. We were in the building, we circled around the building, we saw the group that was trying to come in. Those were people that were waiting in line. Those were all the rest of like the 5,000 people that never got in.
We had all 5,000 people inside of TanaCon today.
Wow.
They were not 15,000 people.
Yes. 15,000 people. Please imagine like the Super Bowl, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what to say. Like,
was there a thing where you guys genuinely thought there was like a shooting?
I'm dead serious.
Right when we went to the front to get water, because I was like about to like faint, I literally thought there was like a shooting.
No, they're just over capacity.
The craziest part is the Christina Grimmie thing was like a meet and greet of 30 people. Like, if this truly was even 5,000 people,
absolutely.
I can't believe something didn't happen.
I agree.
The girl I talked to said people were walking with duffel bags and big backpacks and nobody was checking them.
They were. And I mentioned to Andrew, you know, that we originally purchased 2 VIP tickets, I want to say like a week or 2 after TanaCon was announced. Those tickets, we never got confirmation on. We were charged it. I still have like the receipts. I emailed the lady. She said, oh, I'm sorry, what was the name reserved under? And it was completely lost to registration. And
oh my God,
yeah,
that's
so
crazy.
it was just a nightmare. I told the girl, I was like, who is running this? And I said, I know it's not that kid that was just on the Segway going around. Like, so who is in charge of this? And she's like, honestly, I don't even really know. I'm just like here working this part. You can ask inside. I was like,
I don't even know. That's what I want to figure out too, is who the fuck was in charge of this.
I still don't know.
Because it wasn't Tana,
no,
obviously.
Absolutely.
TanaCon would not be TanaCon if it wasn't for each and every fucking one of you.
Was it the guy on the Segway? It couldn't have been.
I find it hard to believe that because, I mean, this guy's a year older than me, and I mean, I'm not saying I'm high and mighty, but I can't run a convention.
Yeah.
Tana said herself, like, she can't run it herself.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, too, I don't have it saved anymore, but as soon as I try to go back and find those tickets, I had the tab saved, and I refreshed the page, and it literally said, page not found. It said, like, organization or page linked to scams. Like, that's exactly what it said. I'm not even joking. I'm not exaggerating that. I mean, dead serious. I don't have it anymore. It was on my laptop. But it literally said, linked to scam, please revert or over or something. Like, it literally said that. You know, we were under the impression that we were going to be invited to, like, all meetups. Like, we get fast pass for 1, but you can go to as many as you want. In the fine print, it said you're not even guaranteed the 1.
They said fast passes to meet and greet. Yeah. Not just one meet and greet.
But it's just not realistic. Even just making a video like you are and making these like live streams and making announcements, just you acknowledging the situation was already such a light years ahead of what we.
Yeah, because the whole day after like the first day of TanaCon was like happening, she didn't say one word like on Twitter. And then when you said something, it meant a lot because like no one else was acknowledging the problem except for you.
Questions are just completely being ignored. Everybody's confused, disappointed.
Wait, so did you guys RSVP for my meetup?
Yeah, we RSVP'd and got to the
Hold
registration.
on. Wait, come over here. They sent me a list of the RSVP list, and it looked shady to me. It was like, it was only 394
There's no way.
people.
Not a chance. There's no way.
What are your names again?
Lauren and Lindsay Gavornik. Gavornik. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Did you guys get like the VIP stuff?
Yep, we have the passes and everything.
No, I have my bag.
Oh, do you? I left mine at home.
I just kept anything really.
I mean, it was.
This is like.
The thing is, at that point, we were just like, you know what? It's something.
Yeah.
It was kind of like we reached a point of like, you know what? At least we can say we were here.
This literally is, like, this is what they give you at the hospital. Like, to put your, like, shoes in. Feel it. It literally is like, that's not even material. It's like plastic. Let's do an unboxing.
Oh wow, you actually got more than I did.
So
I just grabbed them.
Yikes.
I mean, that was...
Wow.
I just want to do some math really quick. So apparently this is 3 times our ticket price. So this must be an expensive ass condom, which I mean, this Gucci princess.
like...
Okay, this must have been from the Gucci store because Tana would never. Tana would never.
What are these stickers?
I mean, I don't
knocking.
even. You know,
like that looks like something from the dollar store.
Adopt, don't buy.
No tea, but
all the tea. Like
Gucci princess.
I mean,
that's so ironic.
I know.
It's like you guys are all standing out in the heat.
I looked at it, I was like, thank God I'm a Gucci princess. You know, might be dehydrated, might not have eaten in 6 hours, but you know what? I'm still queen. It's fine.
Oh fuck! Oh my god! I hope you tweeted that. This condom. I heard that it was like.
I mean, like
really cheap too.
It's like Trojan would never. I mean, I can't.
Oh my god!
Do you think anybody used that and got bricked? Sorry.
I mean, thank God they gave you guys condoms because you guys all got fucked.
I mean,
cheesy. But it's the truth.
Everybody was without water. There were a few people who actually got 1 bottle of water.
And they were all sharing.
And it was literally that scene from Victorious where they all took 1 capful. It was, I'm not even exaggerating.
Tana is gonna go and pretend that she cares about people right now by giving water to the people who couldn't get in because this whole event is canceled for the day.
There were people literally clapping because there was one person handing out bottles of water within like
and even
every like 100 increments. It's so hard to like think that other people could put other people through that. If this was truly planned to make it as chaotic as it was, and I hate to think that, to just, you know, get their name out there, get their crowd out there, any publicity is publicity for them, unfortunately. And that's the first thing that came to mind. It's like, even if it's a bad reputation, it gets their name out there.
You really think that whole thing, this whole TanaCon thing could have just been like, I didn't even think about that. You think it could have been set up to fail so that it would be like a Twitter moment?
I think so, absolutely. A company is not going to care about one single YouTuber, unfortunately. And Tana was the face of this. Tana was the one that took the fall initially, if you think about it. They didn't come for the organization first, they came for Tana first. Tana's not the person to blame here, it's the company. And that's when people, I think, started questioning it. They're not gonna care about one YouTuber if it means that they get their name out there in this type of way.
Using a company by the name of Good Times.
Fire marshal. I don't blame Tana for this. I absolutely blame Good Time. I blame Good Time.
So do you think that there was no free tickets? Do you think that was a scam?
I think so. The whole thing was just about money. It's the saddest thing because it's so many people came there with hopes of meeting just their favorite creators and just being there for Tana, being supporters, doing what they did.
That's the whole motto, to meet your favorite.
That was the whole
fucking creators.
Yeah, that was the whole thing.
And you're loved here, and you're a featured fucking creator here. Okay? Now I love you guys. I hope you have a lit ass weekend at TanaCon. You're not gonna get kicked out of here unless you do some stupid ass shit.
So are you shutting down the whole event, or are you just shutting out who's here?
I think we're shutting down the whole event.
Now I have to interview that guy. So as I was talking to the girls who came over, I got a phone call from Tana, and I went to the other room, and she was just freaking out. Andrew came over when I was talking, and we started recording the phone call.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to hold out.
She didn't know we were filming, and here's that.
I realize this is wrong, and like, yes, it doesn't matter my intentions. Like, people have to get respected. Things have to be right. Michael can't keep doing this to people. Chris can't keep doing this to people, like, just everything. Like, I get it. I understand where you're coming from to the fullest extent.
I think, you know, after talking to these kids, it's like they just want to hear us talk about it. They want to hear you talk about it. Even if you don't know everything, they just want, like, more.
I agree. And I've been really afraid for the past 2 days about saying anything negative about Michael or Good Times, because it's like, no matter how dirty they did me, like, it's my fault. Like, I agreed. I should have listened to people who told me not to work with him. I should have done better research. Like, you know, I just don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, do I talk about the fact that I was lied to about, like, venue and capacity sizes? Do I talk about the fact that Michael literally got people from Anaheim, like, Marriott to lie to me about that? Do I say those things, or do I just take full blame?
I think we say everything. I want to interview Michael too.
No, he flew home right after and like left all of us here without transportation back to LA and like all the like people and like all that kind of stuff. Like I want to go back and pay talent for their time. Like I feel so bad for Gabby Show. She's so upset. I don't even know what to say.
Where are you right now?
I'm in Anaheim.
Well, I think we have to do this tonight. I think we have to get this out as soon as possible.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
I'm like terrified. Like I feel like I just don't have the answers that everyone wants. I only can say what Michael told me and that I went and did my best to like research. Like I sat through the meetings, he had people tell me everything. You know what I mean? Like, and I believed him.
Yeah.
Like it's fucked up. It's fucked up that my fucking fans had to go through anything like this. Like it's so fucked up.
So Michael's not around.
And I don't know what to do to make it right, but obviously like with any of your help, I trust you.
Yeah.
Can I ask you an honest question?
Yeah.
You think that this should be my response, like your video?
Yes.
Okay, I agree, because that's what I'm so afraid of, is I think with other things in the past, I go very, like, impulsive and just say everything, and, like, I don't want people to be like, you don't know what you're saying, you're lying, whatever. I want to, like, just be able to talk and, like, you know what I mean? Like,
I think people trust me enough, and they know that I'm not gonna let you bullshit, and I'm not gonna bullshit, so.
What do I have to do to fix it, though, with the people that bought tickets? Like, what? I'm just terrified of letting the people who love me the most down. And I did, and I don't know how to come back from it. And I'm terrified.
Well, we're gonna do it. I got you.
I love you, Shane.
I love you.
I don't know why you even have it in your heart to give me a chance and a platform to talk and try to make things better. Like, you are the best person I will ever know, and thank you.
Of course, I love you. Keep me posted, okay? Please keep me posted.
Okay, I will.
Okay, I love you. Okay, I just texted him and said I'm doing a video about all of this and I want to interview all sides and make sure it's balanced and not bullshit. Are you around today for an interview?
Michael?
The CEO of Good Times, Michael Weiss.
I mean, even if it's just like
a phone call.
Oh my god. I just got a text. Oh my god. The police put out an official statement saying there was only 4,000 people outside.
Just right now?
Yes.
I'm gonna give you the exclusive statement that I got from the Garden Grove police. There was approximately 4,000 to 5,000 people at most. There was not 20,000 people there.
That means that there was 1,000 people inside, just like they said, and then 4,000 people would pay tickets outside.
The hotel ballrooms where the event was scheduled could hold a maximum of 1,000 people. TanaCon had sold 4,000 tickets.
What's going on?
5,000, yeah.
Literally exactly what we thought.
Yeah.
There was no permit for this event.
Like, this is a fucking scam.
I want my money back.
And somebody needs to be held responsible for this.
I just read the police statement put out that there was only 4,000 people outside.
I 100% believe that. There's not a chance in hell it was 15,000.
I've never seen 15,000 people in my entire life, you know?
Oh my
Tana
god, I
said
don't
herself that nothing in Anaheim other than VidCon could hold that many people.
Yeah.
How could a parking lot? I'd love to see another statement from Good Times. I can't wait to see what they say next.
Me too. I don't even know where they are.
Our medics treated a 14-year-old female minor who was knocked down by the crowd. She was taken to a local hospital for minor injuries.
Okay, I just got a text from Michael. I was like, hey man, just letting you know everybody's like saying a lot of things about you and I want to give you your chance. I want to interview you. Are you down for that? And he said, yeah. He goes, also, like, I'm working on making it a documentary. I have all the footage, and I think it's gonna be emotional and awesome. Literally, so these girls out there, they were like, oh, I think that Good Times wanted this to fail so that they could get press out of it and become, like, get promotion out of it or something, right?
Thousands of fans showed up to the first day of TanaCon, and things quickly descended into chaos.
Now it would make sense, because if they did want it to fail, and they were filming the whole thing. Why were they filming the whole thing? Was the whole point of this to make a documentary and to sell it to Netflix or sell it to somebody and get promotion and make a documentary? Like, it literally, right? That's what it sounds like. Why else would he?
No, I think they oversold tickets and then they're now trying to turn it into something because they need to make money to try to pay kids back. And they're scamming.
This word has been easily thrown around lately, but I think I need to label Tana Mongeau's event a scam.
You scammed people out of their time, out of their money. It is a scam. You stole things from people.
That's crazy.
So are you gonna interview him?
Well, he's not. He fucking left town. The second it happened, he got on a plane and left.
Where did he go? I don't understand. Where does he live?
Where he lives?
Where does he live?
I don't know. Just like, what does that even mean? Well, Tana supposedly is coming back from Tanaheim. I mean, oh my god!
Did you really say that unironically?
I didn't know I said it. Wait, that's the title of the documentary. Tanaheim.
I put my soul out there.
Oh, Tana's calling.
Hi, I'm sorry for calling you again. So Michael's talking to you?
Yeah, he's not in LA, but he wants to do an interview, and he said he's already working on his own awesome documentary about this whole thing. Why would he say that?
You know what's funny? Is so Hunter, my videographer, has been filming stuff for my YouTube channel, right?
The last scene with Bella and Tana.
And Michael's videographer Phil came to him and was like, everything you film this hour to be filmed, and we will do everything to get it. You can't have any of your footage, it's for our documentary, blah, blah, blah. And we were like, what? Like, all of these influencers that, like, Michael manages, like big influencers came up to me and they're like, we knew this was gonna fail from the beginning, like, but they were too afraid of him to tell me before.
Whoa,
Which
somebody
is
said
fucking nuts.
Oh my
I know I
god.
haven't spoken to him. I'm surprised he's even talking to you.
I mean, I'm gonna do that interview with him. Do you want to? Oh my god.
If you interview him, I'm down to either. I'm down to literally, because I know Michael is going to try to say you didn't fucking say all of the shit.
Then let's fucking do it.
I hate that this ended up, like, I don't want to put the blame on anyone else. It's still my fucking fault, you know?
It's 100%, and you're gonna take the blame and say all that, but still, like, there is some crazy shit. People know there's some crazy shit going on. I think, should we just plan on 9 p.m.?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, alright, I love you. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay,
He literally is trying to own all the footage? It's go crazy! I'm in a conspiracy. How did this happen?
You also can't just write this off on him, though. You have to critically interview Tana.
Of course. No, I'm going to do that as well. Obviously.
I mean, that is crazy. I'm just saying, like, you can't just write her off immediately. Like, you have
No, she fucked up. She knows that, and I'm gonna grill her on that, and I want her to know everything. But also, like, this is crazy.
For you.
So then it was time for me to talk to Michael, and I was nervous, and I didn't know what to expect. And this is what happened. Okay. So, I'm gonna FaceTime Michael. So I got a list of things from Tana that she wanted me to ask him, saying things like he lied about the capacity size of the hotel, he lied about background checks and security.
The hired private security at the event could not handle the crowd.
I work security for TanaCon. It's crazy, as you guys can see. There's about 20 to 30,000 kids out there, and they got little me and my team out here trying to keep these guys in line. This shit is no joke. It is no joke.
I think you have to go into the FaceTime app or something. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
The screen recording.
I spelled his name wrong. Fuck.
Hey.
Hey.
I want to say something before you, if you're okay.
Uh-huh.
The last thing I want to do is throw anyone under the bus, and I'm risking my career by potentially throwing someone under the bus that I work with, and I don't want to do that. But I do want to talk, and I do want to, like, answer questions and everything.
When you say you don't want to throw somebody under the bus, you mean Tana?
Perhaps. For the record, Shane, we filmed from the beginning to the end. Like, every piece of footage. I'm going to put the documentary out, if nothing else, just now to help clear up everything. The first scene is Tana and I on the phone talking. The second scene is, like, me going to Tana's house, and then Bella's house. And, like, we have everything. From the beginning to, like, me literally breaking down, crying, trying to find a venue Friday night, and, like, everything in between. So I'll gladly share you anything that you need for your video or whatever.
Why were you guys documenting everything?
We wanted to document the experience. We thought it was going to be amazing. Like, why would we not make a documentary?
And she needs to give everybody their money. Yes, yes.
So that was one thing that I heard today, which was that you guys wanted to own all the footage, even Hunter's. Like, is that true?
Yeah, we not obviously like it was never like we own every right to everything from outside sources. Yeah, we just wanted to control it because we wanted to make a documentary on it, you know. So like.
Right. Okay. I think the main thing is, and the reason I was so confused, it didn't make sense to me before I even talked to Tana or anybody. That venue is so small. Like, it didn't make sense.
The Marriott told me to my face that it will hold right around 4,000 people because we were doing all the ballroom space, the main ballroom, the lobby, the restaurant bays will be bought out for Saturday meetups. For the record, we are looking into litigation against the Marriott. This has cost me everything. Well over $700,000 on the event alone, not including Tana's reputation, your reputation, all of our creators. At the end of the day, Marriott fucked us over.
Now, I think one other thing that was confusing was, where did the number 15,000 people come from? Because I don't believe that for a second.
We know that there was well more than 10,000 people out there. I don't know exactly what that number is, but based on like what was inside, and basically when that first 1,000 people came in, that should have been 1/5 of the crowd. Like, we knew exactly people was flying out. We've done it before. Everything was registered, and it wasn't. Like, it was, people were asking to buy tickets at the door. People were asking for this. Like, that's what caused a delay. And in hindsight, we should have had a separate line that was for non-purchase tickets, because I think there may have been an impression that you could get free tickets there, and clearly that was not the case.
So you guys are claiming that there was security, but I've interviewed multiple people who were there who said not only were their bags not checked, their IDs weren't even looked at.
I didn't even need to show them my ticket. I was like, oh yeah, I have VIP, and they like gave me a badge and let me through.
When I went through the list that somebody sent me, your assistant sent me, of the people that RSVP'd for my meet and greet, it was only like 390 people, and the girls I met today that showed me proof that they did RSVP, their names weren't on the list. So everything just seems so confusing, because I'm like, what is this? Like, there clearly was like, if it was just like, oh, we fucked up, we didn't know what we were doing, this was way out of our hands, like we shouldn't have taken this on, that's one thing. I think what people are confused about is like all the lies. It's like, oh, we had really good security. Like, no, you didn't. Oh, we had background checks. Oh, we had multiple lines. Like, no, there wasn't. It's just one line. Oh, there was like a crazy mob of angry 12,000 people. Like, no, it was probably mostly people that did buy tickets, and like there wasn't really any free tickets. Like,
have you seen anyone with like a regular free badge? Everyone's had VIP that I've spoken to.
All the free giveaways, like, was that just not real? Was it like, you know what I mean? There's just so many things like that are confusing that Tana isn't able to answer, and maybe she is, and maybe she's lying to me. That's what I want to get down to the bottom of. So it's not even about throwing people under the bus. It's like, what the fuck happened?
And I know you're concerned. I'm probably more concerned than anyone. I wanted this event to succeed more than anyone else. Like, I spent money that I didn't have. Every line of credit that I could access, I did it because I believed in Tana. And I believed in every possibility that like we could do this, and Tana's vision would, you know, be a success. And I'm going to lose everything over this.
So what do you mean when you say that? So you put in your own personal money into this?
Like, I am the sole owner of Good Times. My money is everything, I guess. Like, it's expensive to throw a convention, and I would be the last person to want this to fail. And I get that the fans are upset. Yeah, I am more upset than you could ever imagine. You don't understand, Shane. It is so heartbreaking, and I'm going to lose everything.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
How old are you?
21.
Oh my god. How did you get into all of this? How long have you been doing this?
I started my business when I was a 17-year-old high school student. We did shows that were sold out across the country back when like Vine was big.
Hey guys, what is up? It is Female Seacrest at Playlist Live Orlando with Michael Weiss. How are you doing today?
I'm excellent. How are you?
Good.
We used to do shows with like, I don't know, Taylor Kniff and like Jacob Whitesides, all the MadCon kids. And they just scaled up and grew, and over time, you know, we moved into talent management and we had new divisions go up. This is ruining my relationships with people that I've worked with in industries for years. I'm shaking violently. Like, I'm shaking right now. There's nothing I can do about it.
Why?
But we want to make it right.
When you said that you didn't want to throw Tana under the bus, because tonight I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna talk to her, and I'm gonna at some point call you with her. But I want to like get to the bottom of it with her. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I want the truth, you know. So what? When you say you don't want to throw her under the bus, what do you mean? Is there something that nobody's saying? Is there something that nobody knows about? Was this her plan? Like, what was this?
We were all so excited and so happy and like full of love and joy. We were all doing this for the right reasons.
So your birthday party on the 22nd?
Oh yeah, we have to have creator parties, and those have to be like legendary.
Oh yeah.
No, it was never anyone's plan for all of this to happen. Well, that doesn't even make sense. Why would I do that?
Yeah.
My career is going to fall apart.
Yeah.
It already is.
Do you think that the bottom line is this was just way out of your guys' realm of, possibility?
And when I first called Tana, I called her, I was like, let's fucking do it, girl. Like, we were all so hyped, like, let's throw TanaCon. We can make this huge, like, let's do it. The first thing I said was, do we have to do it at VidCon dates across the street? Can I put it in a different city and a different time? Let's have the time frame that we need to get the perfect venue so that everything's good to go. At the end of the day, we had no choice. Like, she wanted it during VidCon. Looking back, worst decision. If the Marriott believed that we couldn't do it, they should have never, ever, ever, ever let that happen.
It's the goodie bag thing. That was another big thing where people were just like so mad because it was told, oh, this is going to be quadruple the ticket price. Is going to be awesome. And it was like...
Frankly speaking, this is another... Oh my God. This is another thing that pisses me off and breaks my heart. Like, basically, Tana and I did not meet a lot of the time. Tana would basically give us all these things to deal with. I'm going to meet 5,000 people. How the fuck is Tana going to sit there and meet 5,000 people? But Tana would be like, the gift bag is going to be 4 times what it is. The event's in 2 weeks, Tana. How are we going to do that? I can't order product from China or here or where to get it into a goodie bag in time. I can't call a sponsor to give us that in a week. You can, Tana. Maybe you can call such and such and get free. They can put it in every gift bag. Help us. You just tweet, we have to abide by it. Oh, well, the meetup groups are going to be this way. Okay, great. Now let us go back and reschedule everything and try to fix it out in and out. Like, that's not how business works. And the worst part about all of this was that Friday night when everything happened, I cried for hours. I was literally walking from venue to venue crying, trying to find something out.
It's not over.
It's 11 p.m. We're still calling venues. It's 2 a.m. We're still calling venues. Do you know where Tana and are? At Studio 71 party. Yeah. Not to throw her under the bus. And I'm like really trying not to be like attacking Tana. What do you want to do? Do you want to reschedule the entire event for January? We didn't even know. Everyone was waiting for this statement. No word from Tana. Well, I'm crying that I just lost everything that I had, trying to find a solution to make everyone happy. They were both drunk at Studio 71. I'm sure as hell not going to go to a party after we just canceled this event the day before and try to fix it. Like, that was a huge pivotal point. We had basically 12 hours to find a solution.
Yeah.
Instead of sitting in this boardroom with us, like me and my staff did not sleep for 2 days straight at that point. They were out acting like everything was good, I guess.
Well, I saw that she was on vacation, like literally the day before, like the week before.
She was in Hawaii with Bella.
We're in Hawaii. Mahalo, bitch. Mahalo. Aloha. Mahalo.
And like, we're sitting here being like, we have a month to do this, Tana. You are in Hawaii? And it's like, okay, have fun, we'll do it, we'll figure it out. Like, our team's gonna just kind of make decisions. I prefer you not use a lot of this footage of me throwing Tana under the bus because I love her to death, and it's gonna look bad. Every character's gonna be like, oh, we don't wanna work with Michael because he's gonna throw me under the bus. But like, Shane, I'm damn near suicidal over this. Like, this is really, really hurting me. And people don't understand that, don't know what else to do.
Then that's why I'm doing this. I mean, my goal is to give some reality checks to people. I think people...
She's gonna be mad, and I want to, like, hug her in person. Like, Tana, this is where we made a mistake. Like, loving and, like, coming from a place of love, not a place of anger.
Well,
and I'm sorry that you've had to experience it. I'm sorry Tana has to. I'm sorry the fans had to.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, you definitely put out apologies and statements faster than she did, and that kind of says something, so.
And we were trying to do it even faster. Like, our team wrote them as soon as it happened. Like, what's the plan? We couldn't get a response. Like, I've got to figure out what to do. Like, I'm looking at bankruptcy. It's going to probably ruin my life for the next 7 years.
Well, I'm glad that we're doing this.
You know, at the end of the day, the liability falls on me. And not Tana. Tana, not anyone else speak. Thank you for giving me this chance to explain myself, because I can't really like go on Instagram Live or Twitter or wherever and put my voice out there without getting attacked.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Of course.
Truly.
Alright, man. I'll keep you posted. Talk to you later.
You too. Bye.
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Tana really did think that this guy was like some crazy scheming, evil genius whose his whole plan was to whatever. Like, yeah, that was interesting and kind of fun to think about, but that was a kid. That was a kid. That was like literally like a child in his room freaking out. He's too young to be organizing anything that big. And also, Tana is too young and too irresponsible to do anything. Literally anything. And I think that together, there was no way of that working. And now the problem is this kid is literally, if that's real and he's gonna lose everything, this is crazy.
Yeah.
I wish you would have been on that segue for that interview. That would have been so good. Okay. So I have an Uber coming in literally 1 minute. But I'm really nervous. I don't know what to do.
I don't think she understands. Well, okay, I don't want to say it like that, but maybe let her know that like the creators are probably disappointed too. Like this was my first ever thing that I went to and I didn't get to go. So like there's probably a lot of other people like that too, like.
We did all like take time off of work. You bought an expensive hotel for us to all stay in. You got us transportation down there and we all took 4 days off of working. And we're not the people to feel sorry for because we're fine. We didn't sit in the sun forever. But I guess it's just about, are you finding whose fault it is, or are you just getting everyone's side of the story?
I don't know. Because I don't want this to make Tana look like the worst person ever. But I also don't want to be too easy on her. I don't want this guy's life to be ruined. I don't know. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck? What would you say?
I would say that it's extremely disappointing for someone that I've looked up to for a long time to not seem like they care about disappointing so many people.
Yeah,
and to see her out partying after there are thousands of people crying in their hotel rooms and she's just fine in her Gucci boots out partying. That's why do people look up to that? That sounds really mean, but
I mean, it's true. Okay, the Uber's here. Wish me luck. Where are you putting it in your pocket?
Well, there's not a trash can.
What are you putting in your pocket? What's that? Who are all these people?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay, alright? We're just gonna talk about everything. Oh my god. It's okay, it's okay. I love you too, it's gonna be okay. We're just gonna talk about everything. I'm sorry. Here, it's okay. Let's try.
I have it set at 5,200 right now.
I love that for us.
So I feel like 5,200 is a good number.
It would be really, really cool too to have people outside waiting to get in. People love to be oppressed outside.
Yeah.
They're just I waited in the rain. They love that shit. I love that shit.
And then they want to watch their influencers arrive too. They're ah! They're going crazy.
Take it.
I'm telling Michael that we're gonna talk to him in a few minutes. Have you talked to him?
Literally not. He got on the plane to Nashville as soon as everything was over. I don't get it. No. What did he say to you?
So.
What do I say to him? There's so much I want to say, but I don't know what to say. I don't know.
Well, what what is making you emotional right now?
The amount of people I let down, including you, including creators, including people who showed up, including people just who believed in me in general. Like I let so many people down, and I want to make it right, but it's crazy. This is not something I ever thought would happen, and I don't know what to do, but I have to make it right.
Before we call him, this is hard. I'm gonna be honest, because this is like the most, we were talking about this in the car on the way here, this is like the most intense, real thing I think I've ever done because of how much I really care for you. I'm like, I know, okay?
I'm so sorry I let you down, Shane.
It's okay, I know.
You don't understand. Like, you were everything I've ever wanted to be. And you believing in me, even if the slightest of anything, means so well to me. And to let you down and people who love us and love me and love you down is so heartbreaking. And I don't deserve you to be here right now. I don't deserve you to support me in this. It's not your job, and I'm so sorry.
I feel like, as crazy as this sounds, I told you since the beginning, from the first time I met you, I was like, you're like my child. It's weird. Like, the second I met you, I just knew, okay? And like, I've helped you in a lot of ways throughout the years with everything. You know? And I think,
you always come to my rescue when I don't deserve it.
I think the hard part is, like, this especially is really hard because, like, this fuck up, like, hurt me. But I still, like, want to be the person who helps, which is so fucked up and weird. But because I care about you, but I also, like, I'm gonna have to play fucking strong dad, okay? Like, I have to be honest with you and tell you what's fucked up and how real this shit was, you know?
It's so real shit. Like, after talking to you this morning, I spent my whole car right up, like, looking at videos of people, like, there, and, like, by the fucking sunburns. Like, everything is just so fucked up. Thank you.
I think everything happens for a reason. I think this happened. I don't go to conventions, right? Never.
I know that's like running past. You left your house for me. Isn't that? I love you.
If it was anybody else's convention, I probably wouldn't have went. I went because it was you.
I know that, and I knew that in my heart and soul. Like, I knew that you supported me that much. You cared about me that much to go and, like, to let you down, and people who love you down breaks my heart. Too.
But I think it happened for a reason. I genuinely do, okay? Because
I can't figure it out.
We'll get into all of that later. But before we get into that, we just need to clear up a lot of things because I talked to that Michael guy. And after talking to him, I don't think he's evil. And I think he just was in over his head. And I think you are in no position to ever plan even a birthday party, let alone a convention.
So I literally should have planned a trip to, like, Target. I'm an idiot. I'm such a fucking idiot.
And I'm not even going to say what I've been saying on Twitter, which is like, oh, her heart was in the right place, and oh, she had good intentions. Because honestly, what I want to say to you is, I don't think you had good intentions, and I don't think you know that. Because the true intention of it was revenge.
A lot of them were really big on.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm gonna call it that TanaCon.
They're so close that I could literally, like, go see some Joey Cashapp and Escape the Night shit, like, in the morning at VidCon and, like, come over to our convention. They could, like, hop back and forth.
And they definitely will.
And was fuck VidCon.
You're assholes!
Oh, yeah, super fucked up.
I didn't know that. So I watched pieces of your video, the long one that you posted, and I agreed with some of it. I didn't know, like, when I saw the paper that Good Times was sending out, that was like, fuck VidCon.
Fuck VidCon! Fuck anyone who created VidCon!
I didn't do that, if that makes it better, but it doesn't. It's stupid and spiteful. It was so stupid. Planning my convention the same days as VidCon was so stupid.
Getting messages from, like, Hank Green and all these people from VidCon and my agents and all these people who are just like, the fuck VidCon thing. Like, do you really, like, listen, I have my own issues with VidCon. I've talked to them personally about it, but, like, That to me is like, of course that blew up in our faces. Of course.
And if you want to ask me if I think you should attend VidCon 2018 this year, no.
I think it's also one of those things that you need to learn now, which is the power you have over, like, literally you created a convention that had your name in it, right? And because you're funny and because I like you or love you.
Oh my god, I felt it!
Is it warm?
And because a lot of other creators love you, we all came. Thousands and thousands of people came. It's like, that's a lot of power. And in all honesty, you used power for, like, not good. You used it to get revenge on VidCon. I don't think you wanted anything bad to happen. I don't think you wanted any kids hurt. Like, there's a lot of people saying that. You didn't want that.
I didn't want anything bad to happen, and I wasn't even in my mind sitting here being like, I want bad things to happen to VidCon, whatever. I just wanted to do something different, and I wanted it to be good.
Yeah, well, but when I see how shitty it was, like on the inside, it was a joke. Like, it was like, there was no booths, there was nothing to do, there was like no real food or water.
Yeah, no food. Yeah, there's no
We have nothing to eat.
The planning was bad. The lineup was weird.
As featured fucking creators who paid to come to an event that didn't have a separate VIP line, there's a possibility we may not actually get inside.
If you truly were like, oh, I actually want this to be a good experience, I want this to be a better experience for people to VidCon.
And I am missing a day of VidCon for this because I wanted to support her. Did want to. Not so sure I want to now.
I think once tickets started selling and once people started being like, we love Tana, we love TanaCon, that became less important. It was more about like, oh, people are on my side, and people are never on my side. And they're finally on my side. Oh my god, the internet's on my side. Like, I get it.
Thank you for putting this into perspective.
You know what I mean? I get it, because people always hate me. So when somebody's on my side, I'm like, oh my god. And that took over.
Having you guys on my side was very new and different and all that kind of stuff, but I do want you to know, but it doesn't fucking matter, that I sat in meeting after meeting after meeting with them, still deciding things like, I want this panel to go at this time, I want these people to do this, I want this kind of booth, I want there to be food and water, I want there to be great security, I spent so much time, but it wasn't good enough. You can't do it in 2 months, you can't do it when you're 20 years old and you have no experience in this industry, and you're right. Like, if I really had wanted it to be as good as I'm out here saying, I should have planned it in a year, and I was dumb and impulsive for doing it in 2 months.
Yeah. Before we talk to Michael, I'm gonna give you a heads up. He's very much defensive, but then he is saying things like, she wasn't really hands-on with planning, or if she was, it was too late.
Straight up, that's not true. I spoke to Michael every single day, and he would tell me, if you want it to happen, we will make it happen.
It's not 100% official, but we are 70% have a little pump for your birthday.
What? And everybody is talking about capacity and people inside. I was under the impression that that space was perfectly fine for 5,000 people. I went there, I toured the venue. He had people from Anaheim, Marriott, whatever the fuck, speak to me. They were telling me that that space is fine, that big room and all of the ballrooms and all of the space in between. And I asked him over and over and over and over again, 5,000 people can be in this space, right? There's plenty of space for 5,000 people. We have plenty of security for 5,000 people, right? We have plenty. We have the best security team. We have the best space. We have the biggest space, right? And I will say that to his face if you want to call him.
But it doesn't make sense because it doesn't line up. So if somebody at the Marriott told you that, and now he's suing the Marriott.
Why is he suing the Marriott?
Because he says that they lied to him about capacity. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Because if it's a slip up, I get it.
Like, really, if I thought that that space didn't hold a lot of people, I wouldn't have held it there. 100% honestly with you. Like, I wouldn't have held TanaCon in a space where I thought it wouldn't hold those people. But I also know fucking nothing about planning conventions or anything like that. Yeah. There's been so many conversations about space and capacity, and there's 100% a chance that I've been an airhead or a fucking idiot.
So, like, I think we're in a good capacity. I mean, we could drop it to 3,000 if we wanted to instead of 5,200.
What are we gonna?
I'm gonna ask you something that could make you look really bad. But it is something that, like, bothered me when I heard it. Okay. The night of all of the fucking TanaCon bullshit. Did you really go to the party?
I went to my network's thing to talk to people from my network. Like I went inside. It was my network's event, Studio 71. It wasn't like a random party. I was just talking to all of the interns and stuff there because a lot of them are mad. Everyone around is like, go outside, go meet these international fans, go outside, go to Studio 71, talk to the fans outside, talk to the people inside, let them know that you're gonna fix it, whatever.
People are definitely, a lot of people are mad, but for, you know, the right reasons. I get it. So I'm gonna fight for a fucking bigger, better TanaCon next time. I don't care if it's in 10 fucking arenas, okay? With every police force in the United States, because I love you, okay?
I thought it would make things better by, instead of hiding, going out and talking to people and telling them how I feel, because everyone else is speaking for me and saying so many things that just aren't true.
In that situation, you and all of the people involved should be in a conference room,
but
like,
everyone
not even stopping by a party, like, because that's not like when you have like thousands of people going back to their motel rooms burnt, like, and then you have me who has nothing to do with the event doing everything I can.
Shane, I talked to Shane on the phone earlier. He was like, what's going on? And he was like, I don't want to just come and meet 200 lucky people. I want to make every single person who came happy and let them see me. He's like, let's figure something out.
Like, that's, I think, why people are pissed.
It is still, it's my fault. That was dumb. Everything I've done is dumb.
Hey.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, there we go. That's better. Yeah, can you hear us?
I can.
Hi.
Hey, Tana.
Hi.
So you guys haven't really talked.
We haven't. This is really the first time since, like, her birthday.
So...
I don't know what to say.
I don't
I don't know what to say. Shane and I were just talking about the fact that things could have been done so much better, but it sucks because I really trusted you.
And you know I love you. Nothing was ever done intentional, and I am so devastated, more than you know. Like, Jordan was there for some of it. Like, as I'm crying to him, like, I'm gonna lose my house.
You were just very reassuring to me that everything was going to be fine in the hands of the things that I couldn't control. You know, I can only do so much. What am I gonna do personally? Background check every security guard. You made me feel like you had that done, Michael.
And we did. Like, we hired the only security team that was there, and they were great. They assured us they were great. We had a contract with them. Like,
But then I get word back that you're telling people that it's just people in shirts, that it's not even good security. Like people getting sunburned and outside, and
I'm devastated, and I'm just, like, speechless at this point.
So I'm gonna ask something that might get uncomfortable. You said something earlier. You mentioned you might lose your house and, like, you're gonna go bankrupt and all of that. You said that Tana told her audience and told everybody that she was putting a lot of her own money in this, and you said that's not true.
what do you mean?
Yeah. I mean, like...
Explain me saying I'm putting my own money into it. Because whenever I've talked about that, I've talked about the investments that were, like, made. You told me we're in this together, this is our money, I'm investing it here. And I also don't understand the bankruptcy thing. You've told me one thing about the way that you make your money, but every single person you manage has told me that, like, it's your mom's real estate money and you have plenty of it and you've scammed them, and that, like, fuck, Michael, the shit that your clients have told me over the past 2 days, I can't get out of my head. Everyone's fucking...
That is so disgusting. That is actually so sad.
Every single one of your clients that went to TanaCon came up to me at my birthday party and told me they were too afraid to tell me that you were gonna fuck me over. That they get fucked over by you constantly, and that I should have listened to everyone who told me not to work with you, and that, like, on and on and on and on. Every single one of your biggest clients told me how much money you've taken from them, how much you've hurt them. Like, I name them, I'll say their names. Like, if you want me to, I'll ask them to ask you. Like,
Yeah, I would love to.
So why does every single one of your clients tell me that 6 months ago they knew that you were gonna scam me? That 6 months ago you stopped working on all their stuff just to make money off of? No, I didn't say you scammed your parents. I said you have money from your parents and you've been scamming your clients according to them.
If I did, I'd like to file a bankruptcy, Tana. Like, the only thing that went wrong was the additional people outside. The inside.
That's not the only thing that went wrong. The gift bags were fucked up. The inside was fucked up. There should have been more food and water. I'm not supposed to know how much food and water go into a convention. You promised me you knew all of that because you ran conventions. There's so much more wrong than the people outside, and that's the first problem, that you think that that's the only thing wrong.
It's not the only thing wrong, but let me speak. I have to pay rent in 2 days, and I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do it.
Well, that's not true. You have 10 clients that you make so much money from because they're all telling me how they're not getting any of it.
That's not even remotely true, but I cared about you and I loved about you.
But that doesn't change the fact that so many people waited in the sun getting sunburns, getting fucked over because I thought that everything was good because you told me it would be good. You're sitting here telling me I'm not investing my own money into it, but I wasn't profiting. Every dollar that I was going to make was going right back into TanaCon. You know I wasn't profiting. You know I wasn't making any fucking money from this.
I know, Tana. Listen.
And then you lied to me over and over again about so fucking much, Michael.
How did anyone lie to you, Tana?
There was no food, there was no water. We sat and looked through things. I gave you an itemized list with 10 people watching of every single thing that was supposed to be in the gift bags, and you assured me they would be there. And then it comes out that it's condoms and stickers. No, I didn't. Sitting at my house. Hunter was there. Hunter, did I not tell him what I wanted in the fucking gift bags months prior? Michael, you told me that they could be 4 times the ticket price. I asked you and you said yes.
The documentary footage, I was there. We'll find out. Because, Tana.
And now you're like, we'll find out. What?
Tana, what are those 10 things that add up to $200?
A merch shirt inside. I told you I wanted to do lip gloss. You told me you would reach out to makeup companies. I wanted to do glitter cheese. You told me you'd reach out to Lemonhead and get glitter. I can sit here and tell you every single itemized thing because I did it. And then you told me you wanted to handle all of the legal aspects of it. You told Jen that. You told Bella that. Dude, Bella will sit there and straight up tell you that the second you walked in her house, Bella was like, you shouldn't fucking work with him. He's not gonna do any of that. He's gonna fuck you over. Everyone on her team was terrified.
I flew out weeks early to go to the hotel to plan. You came once.
You told me not to go that I didn't need to go. What would me walking through 100 times do? I don't know anything about that side of the industry. You do. I trusted you.
To know everything that you wanted, it's your event. Yeah.
I told you every single thing I wanted, and you told me it would all happen. And I didn't find out until at TanaCon that it wasn't happening. The night before, you told me there was plenty of food and water. We get inside, where is the food and water? That sucks. You realize that that's my name attached to that. Security is my biggest concern. Will there be 91? Literally, all of the people on the security team were telling me that there was around 40.
I staffed a $100,000 security bill, and you're telling me that was 91 guards.
Bro, those guards were
Those guards were fucking garbage.
Everything was going smooth inside the event. You did a wedding. Everything went great inside.
Absolutely. The on-stage things and the meet and greets and everything that was going on, everything was going fine. But I also wasn't aware that all those people were sitting outside, baking in the heat. You told me people were funneling in. You told me that everything was fine security-wise. I didn't know she was going awry with TanaCon until I'm up in my room getting calls. Fire marshals are here.
Tana, I need to go speak to the police chief downstairs.
20,000 people, 20,000 people, 20,000 people has been the number that you said this whole time, and I'm finding out that it might not have even been that.
They sold too many tickets, and they can't fit all the people in there. And all the free people are in there, and the people that paid can't get in.
Remember when I went to your room and said, Tana, look outside, we need to make a decision. Then I came back and said,
but what am I supposed to do, the creator in that moment? I've never ran a convention. What am I gonna do? Huddle all the people together? You told me you had that on lock. You told me.
This is your convention too. You were at Studio 71's party while we're trying to find a backup venue.
Okay, can you write it up, email it to me? We gotta go because we have 1,000 things going. Thank you.
I'm trying to, myself and my staff, for up to 24 hours straight trying to find a backup venue while you're getting drunk with Jordan
Michael, you were fighting with fire people and Jen, and there's videos of that. You were doing a lot. You were still segueing around doing random shit that night too. I went to Studio 71 to talk to the people from my network to ask them what the fuck to do. Because I don't know, should I have another venue tomorrow? Should I keep trusting Michael when he keeps fucking me over? I don't understand anything. And you still have not answered my last like 10 questions to you. You just keep diverting this. Told me there was 90 something guards and there was 30. What does it have to do with the fact that people were outside getting sunburns? And you were telling me that everyone was being let in fine.
Before everyone kind of came, which is all at once, everyone was funneling in smoothly. That's why the inside was going great.
But I see videos and I don't think that. I don't think that people were funneling in smoothly. I think that you were just telling me that.
Okay, well, I have the video footage, and I will show it to you. Like,
but I've seen the footage from my fans who I clearly want to trust more. Look at the sunburns. Look at everything.
Listen, I'm gonna jump in for a second. 100%, it was never running smooth. Okay, like we have to just cut the shit with all of us. It wasn't ever running smooth.
From what I saw, yes, backstage, on stage, doing all the things, everything looks smooth. But when I see videos of people fighting with security that you hired, telling my fans that no one wants to meet them and to go the fuck home and pushing them and all that kind of shit, that is where I do look to you. You told me they were the best. You told me.
And don't get me wrong, Tana, I'm just as pissed about security too. We just had a conversation internally, actually, after I got the phone with Shane, that we might see repercussions against the security team too. We were pissed at them.
But it just doesn't seem like everyone on your team either really is having those conversations internally, because every time I spoke to someone on your team on the side, they're like, you should have seen this coming. You knew that Michael was gonna do this, you know, whatever.
Who said that? Like, Cindy literally said, I would get on a call and interview with Shane. The girl who was my right hand with me all the time said I would get on a call with Shane and Tana. Like,
Michael, it's so clear that your clients and everyone around you, I don't even know how to say this. Like, this is what I was scared of.
Here's the thing.
Are afraid of you.
Here's the thing.
And it sucks.
I don't want to hear that. That's like horrible and heartbreaking.
And I don't mean in the sense of you being like physical or anything like that, but of you fucking them over. Of you taking money, of you doing shady shit. I mean, I would love to direct to Shane, one of 20 people who told me so many things about the shady shit that you've done.
They've not told me about it. I've never stolen $1 from anyone. I've never done anything.
But I'm an idiot for not listening to everyone and not researching.
And how do you think that makes me feel with you saying that? Like, I trusted you too.
TanaCon is fucking bullshit.
You told me the things you would do and the things I would do, and I did the things that I would do to the best of my ability, Michael, and you know that.
And maybe that's true. Maybe you did it to the best of your ability.
I asked you 1,000 times if security was fine. I asked you 1,000 times if the gift bags were fine. I asked you 1,000 times if the merch was gonna be there. I asked you everything and you said yes.
The thing was, you didn't. We had all of these ideas, like, let's talk ideas. I have all the footage of us throwing out ideas, the gift bag ideas.
I'm not talking about ideas. I'm talking about everything you promised me.
They're not.
We got pumped for your birthday.
Everything you said would be there. But Shane is right. Like, we're both fucking young and dumb as fuck, and we should have never been in the position to do this, and now so many people are fucked over, and that's what matters.
Don't get me wrong.
What I'm gathering from this, listen, even if it worked, okay? Even if there was no issues, no drama, no whatever, it wouldn't have worked. There's no way that 5,000 people could fit there.
Right.
There's no way that 5,000 people would have had a good time. You both knew this wasn't going to work.
But what is capacity?
The hotel told me 1,200, but obviously
In like the main ballroom. I have it set at 5,200 right now.
I love that for us.
I can also kind of just like set no capacity and then just be like, okay, we're gonna sell it out when we sell it out.
I mean, because I feel like there's a chance.
Everything about this was a failure. It was everybody's fuck up, and it should never, ever, ever happen again. And this situation, we're so fucking lucky that nobody was hurt. We are so lucky. I don't think you need to, like, be at the spearhead of something that big.
I agree. 100%. That was my biggest mistake. That should have been SisterCon, straight up. Like, straight up. I am an idiot. I am a fucking idiot.
You know.
And I take full responsibility for that.
I mean, is there anything else you want to say? And by the way, I told you that you could trust me, okay? So when we were talking earlier in text, I told you could trust me. This is not about ruining your life or your business or any of that shit. Like, that. This is not what I do.
I'm sorry, Michael. So many
And I'm sorry to you.
people were in my ear.
I said during when all of this happened, I said, I let Tana down. And I cried my fucking ass off. Then I let all the fans down and well, I'm gonna lose my house and my career. Like,
Come on. We can't sit and sulk now. We gotta go. It's go time. Simple as that.
I'm gonna be ruined forever.
No, Michael, we gotta make power moves right now.
all we can do is apologize and try to make it right.
If that is the one thing that we can agree on, I agree that it needs to be made right. With every person. Straight up.
Can you promise me something? I know I don't know you that well, but can you, like, you said something earlier off camera that scared me a little bit. Are you gonna be okay? You're not gonna do anything stupid, right?
Michael, the last thing anybody wants is for you to do anything stupid.
It's not worth it, okay? This is literally TanaCon, okay? This is like...
Seriously.
I know it's just really hard. And I think that it's gonna get better. I try to think about it. I have people around me that support and love me, and it's really, really hard.
Please don't let this ruin your life. This is TanaCon. Like, I just want to remind you, we're going to figure out how to fix it and make things better.
You're literally my dad. You're literally the best dad I could ever have.
And I wish I could hug you right now, man. Honestly, I wish you were here because, like, I just want you to know everything's okay.
Well,
alright, I'll talk to you soon.
Guys.
Bye, Michael. We were hearing all this shit about fire marshals and police and all that fucking everything that was going on. Everyone and their mother was blowing up Michael's phone, and he was nowhere to be found. Off for days.
He stressed that he had it under control the entire time. In reality, he never did have it under control.
And we're finding that out.
And that's now we're really realizing, because me and Jordan, like Tana's manager, both had this gut feeling about him. We both knew, but Tana was so confident in TanaCon, he was going to tell her anything she wanted to hear to make it happen.
He made me feel like trying for this was like, you'd be fucking stupid not to.
They're gonna be like when the golf cart drives by, they're gonna be like, oh my god!
Michael walking into my house like covered head to toe in Gucci and Chanel and all that kind of shit, telling me I'm rich as fuck and I did it by making conventions. My life is amazing because I made conventions. I can do this for you in a heartbeat, you know? I knew better.
He said to me 5 times that he's gonna lose his house, he's gonna lose everything. Is that real? Because that's like fucking crazy. That's like a lot. That's like, is that real?
I don't know how to like say this to you because it's like I don't want to paint anyone as the bad guy but me. I fucked up. But a lot of people, including, you know, how Michael really is, and his house is owned by his parents or he rents it or he's fine. Like, he's fine completely. But I think that when everyone's attacking you like that, you know, he might want a pity. I don't know how to say this, Shane. Like,
it's okay.
straight up.
Listen, this whole thing has to be real or else people they're not gonna buy any of it. So like,
I don't think he's a good person, if that's like too hardcore to say. I think he lied and lied and lied and lied and lied to me. I think he puts on a facade of all these investors and this big company and whatever, but it's a young kid with mommy's money and some interns and clients that are afraid of him. So they operate in the ways that he wants to make him maintain this image. And I fell for the facade and the image, followed by the lies and promises about what my convention could be. He's not losing any house. He's not going bankrupt on this. He's not doing any of that.
because he said that he has footage of everything.
So they have the footage of everything. So they only have half the story, and then I have the other like pieces. We filmed it all that kind of stuff.
I also just want you to know, like, straight up, they have been so adamant from day one, like, we're gonna make a fucking documentary about this. We're gonna sell it, full screens and Netflix and whatever, you know, where people subscribe. And I've said from day one, I don't love that idea and I don't want to do it. I want to make a video for my YouTube channel. And I had Hunter following me around the night before TanaCon. They come to him, all the footage is ours, all of your footage is ours. You can't touch your own footage, like, it's all ours. We want to make a documentary. We're gonna make a movie out of this.
I want to see some of this.
What was I gonna say? This is 40 feet long of staging.
Okay.
3 feet high, which will come up to right here.
Wait, this will be
The whole thing is stage.
Wow, that's gonna be a fat ass stage.
Yeah.
I want to see what that looks like as well.
40 feet, 16 feet deep, 3 feet tall.
That's fucking nuts.
Big
Also,
stage.
is the lighting cool? Like, when
I'm sitting here asking him every question about everything, and he's trying to say that never happened.
Okay, I can't, because where did I?
This is a perfect example of him trying to look bougie and professional.
Whoa, it's like big. It's very big.
It's tall.
See, it's very big. I'm sitting here thinking it's a lot of
It's supposed to
space.
be like the FF lounge, whatever they. I have nothing.
Do they want a talent lounge or do they want?
Beats me.
We should figure that out.
Yeah, I've asked Jen.
Whoa! That was like a conspiracy moment. What the fuck? This, okay, listen, I'm not trying to drag this kid, and he's not here to defend himself during this moment, but like, that was crazy. You look like you were in charge of that shit. You were
Yeah,
like,
I asked him on every, but
we
that's
should look into that.
what I want you to know. For everything, I did that over and over and over and over and over because I didn't fucking want this to happen, Shane. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna go fucking crazy. Straight up. Holy shit.
We have that entire spot in the parking lot.
Okay. See, this is him telling me because the parking lot is going to be safe and secure.
It's for registration. We have the whole parking lot. Yeah, to do like, we're gonna put the registration booths out there so it keeps traffic out. Because this is, frankly, 5,000 people is a lot of people. And like, you see the space. So we gotta make that work. We're gonna have
See? See?
I literally don't want to walk on this concrete. I want to show you where Tana check-in is.
5,000 is a lot of people. We gotta make that work. This outside is where the lines are gonna be. Outside is for registration.
I haven't even watched this footage yet.
Yeah, neither have I. Straight up, neither have I.
Oh, the G-Wagon limo is the shuttle?
Yeah.
The G-Wagon limo is
This is me itemizing every single detail.
You were like,
inside of it.
And then he just said I didn't meet also. That I never met, I never did these details, I never did that. You're seeing that I cared about every detail, yes? Like, I'm losing my mind.
This is the craziest thing I've ever been part of.
We can look at it.
I want to go to more of me asking him questions about capacity, security.
Security's tight. But
Security's tight.
All the way up to the green room. So this is where I was actually gonna have a career party. With a cool space.
And that got canceled. That was a lie. This is also us sitting here like 800 finalizing things.
You know, you've been to like how many conferences everyone piles towards the front of the room. Like that main stage room is going to be packed regardless. Like
a mosh pit. But a safe one.
Yeah.
But a safe one!
literally, I want.
Please! Good times, like a mosh pit. Tana, what a safe one. I am so happy you were seeing this footage. God, I want to throw up. God, I want to cry. God, I want to shit myself. Like, literally what?
Tricky film.
Because this is just me talking. Learn from me. I can play it, but
Exactly, and that's cool too that I'm getting to do this so hands-on. Like I learned today, servers can craft. I learned.
So like it's all I'm learning with experience, but I like that because then that means I'm fucking hands-on and I actually care and I'm actually giving you what I want.
I want to hug.
That was crazy.
So crazy. VIP was always supposed to be the small extra. They could skip the lines or whatever. Obviously, 5,000 VIPs would never work.
But that's what you sold. You sold 5,000 VIPs.
If that is true, I didn't know that. Straight up.
And
I don't have any of that money.
I mean, we can look
He
at
was
it.
saying, you know, like, we've sold 4,200, but 3,000 are free. Do you get what I'm saying?
He said we sold 5,000 tickets. We made $325,000.
Well, that's what we
and that money
calculated.
is going back into rent and this in the convention or whatever.
Well, because didn't the other girl too say like she didn't see anybody in line that had a free ticket?
Nope.
Everybody was VIP. So is the free thing just
bullshit? Scam.
We found a scammer who's putting something on, ripping everybody off. How you doing?
scammer is so pissed at how well I'm scamming. I'm drunk. Can you just get this out of my?
It was never for profit. I wouldn't have had free tickets and $65 tickets if it was for profit. I've gone on a million tours and made money. Like, you know what I mean? I wasn't doing this for money. I would have done it so fucking differently. It was for a statement, but I still wasn't doing it to scam anyone or make any money like that. I don't know.
Tana Mongeau's event, a scam.
Thank you for doing this. This has been the craziest experience I've ever seen. But more importantly, we're gonna figure out how to fix this, and we're gonna
Exactly. That's all that
make it all work. Get the refunds.
we can do.
Yeah.
And the fact that we can even say that you cared us to help me means so much more.
What a journey. Thank you.
I love my dad. Thank you, Ricky.
So I still had a lot of questions about pretty much everything. So I called Michael and we talked for a while. And then I called Tana and I got all the answers. So the official number of VIP tickets sold was 5,108. The number of free tickets was between 200 and 300. Michael claims that Tana knew that and that she was lying when she said she didn't. And Tana still says she didn't. The number of security guards was never 91. I got a hold of the contract and it said that at most there was 25 security guards at a time. Now to put that in perspective, for most conventions, it's usually 50 guards per 5,000 people. So this was cut in half. The amount of money spent on security was $60,000. To put that in perspective, the amount of money that VidCon spends on security is $1 million. This is the big one, capacity. So I got a hold of the contract between the Marriott and Good Times, and the contract stated that there was only going to be 1,000 people. And Michael signed it. Now I talked to both Tana and Michael about this, and they both said that yes, the contract might have said 1,000, but everybody at Marriott told them that that was just a safe number and that 5,000 was okay. And here's the final thing, the money. So the amount of ticket sales is roughly $325,000. Now all of that money is currently being held by the ticket company, Veeps. Now Veeps is new and they've never done a convention before, so TanaCon was going to be their first. And because Michael really wanted to seal the deal, he signed a contract with them saying that if anything went wrong or tickets needed to be refunded, the funds would have to come from Good Times. And Michael signed that contract. And then Michael explained to me that he is Good Times. Just him.
How many people work at Good Times? Though?
He wants to make Good Times seem a lot more than it is. In reality, like I just said to you, it is him, his parents' money, and a bunch of interns who are afraid of him. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Maybe like 10.
Well, if he's...
But Michael's very quick to be like, the investor said.
Which means that he is personally responsible for finding $325,000 to give refunds.
And that's what's sad too, is Good Times is just Michael, his parents' money, and a bunch of interns that are afraid of him. Straight up.
So I want to give a final thought on all of this. I don't think Michael's evil. I don't think Tana's evil. I think they both fucked up. And I hope they take it as a learning lesson. Well, hope you enjoyed TanaCon. I don't know how to end it.
It's been a crazy past month. And when Shane uploaded his documentary, I feel like everyone thought that it was over and that I was just being silent, you know, to be an asshole or because I didn't care or whatever, or that I was just out partying or whatever. Every single day since TanaCon, I have found out so much horrible shit. And when I say horrible shit, I mean when I look at TanaCon, the things that I found out, they make TanaCon look like a lemonade stand, you know, a walk in the park. I found out so many horrible things about so many horrible people, and I sat with so many people in this industry, people my age, people with millions of followers, people who are managed by the same people that hurt me and did me dirty, and found out and got to hear the stories of sexual assault and rape and being drugged and being embezzled tens of thousands of dollars and being fucked over and lied to 10 times harder than I could ever be. And I realize when I say this to you that those are very, very serious allegations and a very serious way to start out this video, but they're all true. And because of everything that happened with TanaCon, I have spent the last 2 months on what everyone thinks is a hiatus, but I've been finding out the horrible dark side of this industry. And I was originally going to make an entire documentary about it, not only what happened at TanaCon, but everything I found out, along with proof and along with interviews from all of those people and stories and footage from so many of your favorite influencers who have been done so dirty and just couldn't talk about it. And I ended up tweeting about it, and Shane and I were at dinner with everyone, you know, all of his friends and people from TanaCon and all that kind of stuff, and we were looking at the responses, and everyone was just like, it's not the time for a documentary. And a lot of people were also telling me that if I come on to this video talking about TanaCon, and then I'm like, oh, by the way, here are all these horrible things that everyone else has done, it's going to look like I'm pandering and I'm distracting people from what I'm really talking about, and it's just not the right time, and it's so hard for me, and that's why it's taken me so long to figure out what I want this video to I haven't been just fucking off and not posting anything. And I know so many people are gonna come to say that this is so late and why even do it, and Shane already covered it and whatever. And the bottom line is everyone else has gotten to speak for me, and I've yet to be able to tell this story from start to finish from my perspective. I didn't feel comfortable doing it or uploading it or making that even my main focus until all refunds were issued. And so now I can sit here today, the morning of this video being uploaded, letting you know that almost every single, I'm talking like 99% of TanaCon refunds have been issued, and I am so grateful for that. And I trusted a 20-year-old idiot who illusioned to me that it would be the best TanaCon in the world. And to everyone saying that I didn't work, I spent every single day. I became living, breathing robot TanaCon, but it just wasn't enough time. And where I went wrong was going into this with spite and going into this with ego and doing it in 2 months. I should have done it with people that I trusted and people that weren't hated in the industry and people that weren't lying to me. I shouldn't have believed the lies with rose-colored glasses because I wanted the fantasy to become a reality, and I shouldn't have done it with any ounce of spite towards VidCon, no matter how much they wronged me. And I put my fans at stake, I put my reputation at stake, I put my life and everything that I love more than anything in the world at stake because I believed in it. But to be frank, that wasn't enough. To everyone that believed in me, whether you came and you got a sunburn and you waited in line for hours and hours and hours, or you are simply watching along this journey and you believed in me and I let you down, and I'm sorry. Tickets were sold or given away for TanaCon. I was told that 4,000 of those tickets would be free and 1,000 of them would be sold to cover costs of the event. And clearly, by any footage, if you've seen anything, that is not what happened. And that's what this video is about, is uncovering all of the lies I was told. That was by far one of the biggest, which I think fucked over the entire event. There's been a lot of verbiage about the capacity of TanaCon only being able to support 1,000, and that is not true. The actual capacity, which included far more than the ballroom, was 3,192. So that still means that the event was oversold, and I was wrong for ever condoning that. But I was under the impression by the company that put on the event, Good Times and Michael, that people would be shuffling in and out and going through hallways and using different rooms and spaces in the event center, and that everything would be safe and fine for that amount of people. And for everyone saying that I didn't research that or do anything about that, I spoke to the security team tens of times. I looked at the background checks. I spoke to the Marriott employees. I asked every question that you have asked 10,000 times over, and I was just as dumbfounded as you were the day of TanaCon to see what actually happened. I was told that even if all 5,000 people did show up, it would be a tight fit, but it would still fit. And I toured the venue, but I was 19 and didn't know shit about that side of things. I'm admitting I've fucked up, and I'm ready to continue documenting this journey, and I'm grateful for anyone who wants to join me. And I'm grateful for Shane, because I wouldn't be here and I wouldn't be making this video, and I wouldn't have had the balls to ever say anything like I did if it wasn't for him and his ability to want to uncover the truth and to make art or something that makes people feel out of pain and misfortune is so inspiring to me, and it always has been. Yeah, I love you, Shane Dawson. But yeah, I'm gonna shut up now. I wanted to give everyone those answers. I wanted to tell you how I'm feeling as the morning of this video, and I wanted to tell you that I love you. And now it's time for past me to walk you through TanaCon. I've never been so nervous for anything in my entire life. Like, for the first time, I'm sitting down in front of a camera and I don't know what the fuck to say. I've been gone off of social media pretty much for the past 2 weeks, and in the last 3.5 years, it is the longest break I've taken. There's 100 million thoughts in my brain, but at the same time, this numb, empty loss of words. And I think it's time that I stop running from everything and tell you guys my side of the story, I guess.
TanaCon is going to be insane. I want it to be a thing so bad. I never thought, like a year ago, I remember watching KSI talk about having a convention, and I was like, there's no way I will ever be in a position to have my own convention, or in a position where people would want to come to like my convention. And to be sitting here a year later and that coming to fruition is so mind-blowing to me. But yeah, I really want to do something free. I really want to do something with all of the new fun creators that everyone is super excited to meet and doesn't always get the opportunity to meet. And I definitely want to do it around that same time. I definitely want TanaCon to be a fun, free, cool experience.
VidCon's version of Fire Festival happened. It's TanaCon.
TanaCon was canceled.
She was going to create her own called TanaCon.
TanaCon.
Yeah, con's a good word for it. Quickly descended into chaos.
She created her own event called TanaCon.
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 Called TanaCon.
TanaCon?
Yeah.
TanaCon. TanaCon.
Headed to Anaheim for TanaCon.
Stay tuned to see what happens at TanaCon.
It's day one of TanaCon.
TanaCon's already way better.
Because TanaCon fucked us over and they sold too many tickets.
Also, I wanted to talk about TanaCon. What was supposed to be one of the biggest YouTube conventions, TanaCon, actually ended up being a huge disaster.
TanaCon is canceled, for those of you who care.
TanaCon.
Had a thing called TanaCon.
Was supposed to be a giant middle finger to VidCon, turned out to be a giant middle finger to her fan base. TanaCon was a major bust.
Anything wrong or bad or whatever, if there's bad security about it, it's me, it's on my fucking face,
Yeah,
you know?
your name is the conference.
Literally, so I mean, I have been putting my heart and soul into making it as perfect as you can.
And no boy, it was perfect.
TanaCon was something I was excited about. It was a dream of mine that was finally coming true. Or so it felt like. It was a dream originated in spite.
When I saw the paper that Good Times was sending out, that was like, fuck VidCon.
Fuck VidCon! Fuck anyone who created VidCon!
I didn't
Literally.
do that, if that makes it better, but it doesn't. It's stupid and spiteful. It was so stupid.
I think all of the rebelled people and all of the unwanted people should host a little meet and greet in Anaheim, California on the same days as VidCon.
But it was something I was so fucking proud of. And I wanted you to be proud of it too. For the first time in my entire life, career, it felt like the whole world was on my side.
Hey, I'm gonna back your ass up. Tell everybody that VidCon is the biggest piece of that anybody could go to.
Something was finally going my way. And now fast forward to today, I don't even know where to begin, honestly. I'm sitting at my computer looking at videos of people with sunburns, crying, paramedics. I'm reading stories and DMing you guys, talking to people who came from Australia and Singapore and China and the UK and New York and traveled just to be turned away and sent home. It's horrible. It's so fucking horrible. I'm disgusted. I want to walk you through it all. The good, the bad, the ugly. I want to apologize to everyone I've wronged. And so now I want to explain all of my failures to you. I could have been so much better. How I will be better. I want to explain it all. So let's do that. With as little jump cuts as possible, but I can't stop pausing and breathing. And I'm fucking terrified. It all started with spite. So much fucking spite. I was angry. I was hurt. I was spiteful. VidCon. I was banned or kicked out or however you want to say it. I felt left out. I was seeing all my friends featured and I was embarrassed. I felt like I should have been a part of it. I felt like everyone was a part of it. I should have been a part of it. And I know that sounds egotistical to say. It was something I looked up to in this industry, the biggest convention in this industry, for years. And I wanted to be a part of it so badly. And I waited and I waited and I waited and I thought I was doing everything right in my power and it still wasn't good enough and I was fucking angry, livid, to find out for the third year it wasn't gonna happen. And so I made a video about it. And that's where everything should have stopped after that video. It started to snowball and spiral out of control. I uploaded that video thinking that that would be it. All 1 hour and 19 minutes of me repeating myself over and fucking over again. But then the response was
fucking crazy. I've never done anything and had a response like that. It felt like the whole world was talking about me. And I felt that before, but not in a good way like this. Someone like me that a lot of people don't like doesn't always get to feel like the whole world is on their side. After uploading that video, seeing every single one of my favorite fucking creators, Philip DeFranco,
run. And so this year she decided to take a huge swing and launch TanaCon. And it's not that she just launched her own event that makes this stand out. It starts tomorrow at the same time VidCon is happening. It is not only in Anaheim like VidCon, it's taking place at the Anaheim Marriott Suites, which is so incredibly close. And reportedly there are already 80 confirmed creators to attend. And she has a solid range in addition to herself. You have Miranda Sings, Ricky Dillon, Shane Dawson, Casey Neistat, Bella Thorne. And so I am so fascinated to see how this goes. I'm a big fan of alternative events, anything that leads to more competition. Maybe it's a different avenue, so whether it's something like a smaller, more niche thing, or a direct competitor. I mean, VidCon this year is expected to have 30,000 people, but I think more and more you're gonna see things like a TanaCon pop up where people go, wouldn't it be more interesting if instead of all of these people, it could be 1,000 to 4,000 of a kind of more central.
Lisa Schwartz, Ricky Dillon, you name them, talking about what I'd said in a positive light. And all of these creators coming forward telling me they have the same things happen to them or sharing their stories. And not only feeling like I started all of this in this movement, but having all these people on my side and having every press talking about you so positively. Feeling like for once I did something that I was 2 months away. And that's by far one of the biggest ways I fucked up. You don't plan a convention in 2 months. You don't put that many people's lives at risk to do something spiteful. You don't do it the same day as VidCon. You don't do it down the street. I didn't have to be spiteful like that, and that's where I fucked up. And Jordan knew that. And he wasn't gonna do it. He really, really wasn't. And I should have fucking listened to him. I was seeing how much success this was all having, and I was on an ego trip, and I was so excited to make a change in the fucking industry, and I was so excited to finally feel welcome somewhere. But I needed to find someone else who would help me. And then Michael Weiss texted me, and suddenly I had a real way to make it happen. Or so I thought. Picture to you guys that I believed in Michael because I wanted to believe in someone regardless of what everyone said. I still believed in someone that gave me bad vibes. I wanted to believe the fantasy over the reality. I let someone wine and dine me and schmooze and lie to me and tell me everything was gonna be fucking flawless and he can do this convention 10 times over with his hands tied behind his back while everyone was fucking telling me that he was the worst and I should have listened, and I'm a fucking idiot.
Small panels, Chapman. Also, this is $90.
Can we put the
Pipe and drape goes right there. Backdrop, tables, speakers.
And do we have color preferences of the drape as well? We could put one of those DJs like to do an outside pool party and have a TanaCon pool party for the fans. Would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. We're getting Fun Boy. I think his name is it. Floats. You know those expensive ass little floats. So you can put like TanaCon floats in there.
Oh, that's really cool.
But it's like a good place. But it's fun. It's a good place to keep traffic out.
Wow, okay, interesting.
Dreams do come true, kids. Dreams do come true.
So Loris is renting out that whole restaurant?
Yeah, like,
well, yeah, we should do so many photo opportunity things for that.
There's gonna be like shit just to kind of have fun with and be like, there's an open bar, there's brunches.
Exactly. I really want to
endless mimosas on Saturday morning.
Like articulate that.
Too big to where it would look empty. Like at Playlist, that stage is never packed wall to wall. I know this one's gonna be like a show, like
a mosh pit. But a safe.
Yeah. Barricade and security.
Yeah. Literally, I want to almost give off slight Warped Tour vibes like that.
Which
you know
is
what
like,
I mean?
oh, you got that coming.
Cool, young, like edgy.
I mean, people are gonna be going out around the building, barricades everywhere. Like it's gonna be.
Is there gonna be a barricade at the main stage?
Yeah.
The reservation. Some people might not be there yet. Some people might be flying from really far and whatever. I didn't even think about that. So like it's all I'm learning with experience, but I like that because then that means I'm fucking hands on and I actually care and I'm actually giving people what I want.
You're supposed to reserve the meals in person, but then you changed it to online, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why people are like, you don't hear us, you're like, no. I'm like, no, I'm reading every single thing.
You're just working behind the scenes.
Exactly, and proactively going to fix shit, you know? Because that's all you fucking do. I'm only human. It's TanaCon. It's not.
Tana,
I'm not Zoella. Like, you know what I mean? Like
TanaCon, robot, I sat up every single night going over every goddamn thing with Michael Weist. Whether it was security, whether it was lines outside, whether it was merchandise, which YouTubers merchandise we wanted there, which exclusive merchandise we wanted to make, how we were going to design it, every single fucking item that was guaranteed to be in those gift bags, the capacities, the room, the safety, the security, the 91 security guards that ended up being 25, how many paramedics we wanted, which YouTubers got which hotel rooms, and what I wanted to put in them, and oh my god, and which sponsors I wanted, and which companies I wanted there, and what I wanted my birthday party to look like, and what songs I wanted the fans to hear first, and what panels I wanted in every single person on each and every one of those panels, and what panel came after which one, and what went before the other one, and making sure nothing conflicted with anyone's VidCon experience, and asking over and over and over and over and over and over again that the security and the capacity would be fine. I asked Michael Weist if the security and the capacity would be fine 500,000 fucking times. And every single time I was told, yes, it will be perfect. Don't even worry about that. You're the YouTuber, you're the talent. Focus on who you want on what panel. Are you kidding me? Of course safety and security is gonna be fine, Tana. Why wouldn't it be? But to go even further in what I was responsible for planning, it was the concept and foundation of TanaCon. But I want to be a little more clear than that. The concept and foundation of TanaCon was planned by me. And I was going to kick and fucking scream until it got done. And I honestly think that this is the most important message I want to convey in this video. And the reason why I explained how I was wined and dined and how Michael was and everything that happened is so that I can convey this message. I believed that I could place the task of creating a perfect, safe, happy, awesome TanaCon in the hands of Michael Weist and Good Times.
I actually feel welcome here.
Dude, you are really. I love you.
Like, I feel welcome.
TanaCon kicked us out.
But little did I know, every time I walked out of a room, everyone was freaking the fuck out because everything was going wrong, because Michael didn't do shit and Michael didn't know shit. And after a few hours, I'm about to do a Q&A on stage with Gabby. I find out it's doomsday.
Look at me. We need to This is critical. Okay? We are in absolute doomsday scenario. This is worst case. We're shut down. Okay? We need to figure this out now. You can't come on.
TanaCon is canceled and there are thousands of people outside and that everything is going horribly. And of course I'm a selfish asshole and I go upstairs to change my clothes and make Gabby wait and just suck. And while I'm up there, I'm getting texts and I'm being told that there are 20,000 people outside. Michael is going around to everyone, bragging, telling everyone there's 20,000 people outside. Tana, congratulations. He's making it seem like the best thing ever. Look out the window, everything's fine. No one's even mad at you. It's 20,000 people outside. They love you so much. Everything's gonna be fine. It's 20,000, 20,000 we count. I can't even tell you how many times Michael came to tell me that it was 20,000 people and he was so excited. And that's what's the most fucked up to me.
15,000 people.
An honest, decent person in that moment would have said, I fucked up and there's 5,000 people outside maybe, and they all have sunburns and they're all sobbing and bawling their eyes out, and TanaCon went horribly and I fucked you over and I'm sorry. But no. He's riding around on a Segway telling me to go on Instagram Live and thank everyone for the 20,000 people and go outside with Bella and hand out some waters and everything's going to be fine and we'll do TanaCon Day 2. And that was pretty much the last I saw of Michael. Literally. He segued away, had his camera guy film him crying, running around Anaheim, while Jordan and I sat in a boardroom trying to figure out what the fuck to
downstairs. So I'm going to have a meeting with them, and then we're going to come back up here, and we're going to discuss what we do.
That's what's crazy to me, too, is that after all of this, Michael had the audacity to say that I just went out and partied that night. Well, no. I sat in a boardroom for 5 hours, and your entire team, who's terrified of you, and I still don't know why, you have an entire team of Good Time staff who's terrified of you, finally spoke up to me and told me all of the lies you told me, and how there's no way we can actually do a Day 2, and even though Michael's saying that, and that we can fix everything, that he didn't do anything right. I found out in that boardroom that the morning of, he canceled the paramedics because he didn't want to spend the money on it. That he cut the security guards in half. That he was on Instagram DMing Always Again USA, asking them to print him black shirts that said security.
People are stupid.
Yeah.
That's why they're not listening. No, yes, sir. The motherfucking supervisors is fucking stupid. Hey, man. 21st, remember me, man. I'm gonna be at the top with Adam. Remember me. Adam 22. I'm gonna do it.
My name's Clinton, and I work security for TanaCon. It's crazy, as you guys can see. There's about 20 to 30,000 kids out there, and they got little me and my team out here trying to keep these guys in line. This shit is no joke. It is no joke.
I thought there were more security guards. That if I were to do a day 2, that someone would probably die, and that I was lucky that no one died today. That was the first time in that boardroom that I got to hear the truth about TanaCon. That his team finally broke down and stopped lying to me, stopped being afraid of him. It was all a facade, and that the smartest thing to do would be to cancel it for the safety and happiness of my fans. That was one of the most devastating moments of my life. You're lucky your fans didn't die today. The security isn't real security. And the paramedics were canceled. Michael Weiss would rather spend that money on Chanel earrings. Your gift bags were a condom. I didn't know what to do. I was in shock mode. I thought it would be the best thing to do to leave the Marriott and to go to my network's party and to talk to you guys outside. There were like 100 fans outside, so I went and talked to them, to talk to all of the people in the industry inside of the party and ask their advice, to apologize to creators, to try to start mopping up the mess, and for him to go in an interview and say that I was just out partying while all I was trying to do was damage control the thousands of fucking lies he told to me and figure something out. Any truth is the most angering thing. And to be so goddamn angry at VidCon for 3 years, and now to sit back and be 10,000 times more angry at the one person I thought I could trust to help me pull this off is devastating. To want nothing more than for TanaCon to go well and to see videos of 3rd fucking degree sunburns and people on stretchers, hear the stories of the fans who were still there that traveled all the way from Australia and London and wherever else, is soul shattering and so infuriating, because I would have never done TanaCon if I knew it was gonna happen like that. But now that left Jordan and I to mop up the mess. And then we come to find out all of the numbers. There weren't 20,000 people outside, and now I look like a fucking idiot. The venue could never have held 5,000 people, and it was oversold. The security was a fucking joke. But at the end of the day, I put my name on it. My idea originated in spite, and I made a huge fucking mess, and I have to clean it up. Past 2 weeks, I've been radio silent. Everyone wanted to know immediately why I wasn't making a video and why I wasn't addressing it and all of that kind of stuff. This is why. I didn't know what the fuck to say. I didn't know what the fuck was the truth. I didn't know what the fuck was a lie. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And I didn't want to sit down and talk about it until I knew every damn thing. And what's crazy is everyone thinks that after Shane's video came out that I knew everything and I'm still being silent for no reason and whatever. I'm still finding out so much stuff to this day. Refunds. Like I told you earlier, Michael showed up to my birthday party to tell me that he loved me and wished me a happy birthday. I said, I don't know what to say, because even I almost understood why everyone was so afraid of him. And then he left Anaheim back to Nashville on a plane, stranded all of the creators that were still in Anaheim, and started hitting him up about refunds. And I heard no response. I started calling him, and then I see that he went outside and told people that Jordan wasn't responding during all of TanaCon, when in reality Jordan was the only person trying to hold anything together. So that was what he did before he left. And I became very aware that the only people who actually cared about the fans and their refunds were Shane, James, the other creators, I start hearing rumors from everyone that Michael knows that he's telling everyone he's just fine and he made 450 grand from TanaCon. And then Bryce starts showing me all the fake bank statements that Michael used to make to show him how much money he had before he stole his. And then Michael sees that Shane is gonna make a TanaCon video and then starts becoming so responsive, and he's upset and he's gonna lose his house and he's going bankrupt, but the bank statements he sent me were fake. And I don't believe any of that for a damn second. And now suddenly he's so upset and he cares so much. And so we all start discussing refunds, and it's very prevalent that Michael doesn't know what the fuck to do. I might have to write a check and issue refunds myself. And then after I think Shane realized all of this, he was nice enough to help the situation. And I appreciate Shane so much more than you'll ever know. I know that that's not what this is about, but no one knew all of this for the last 2 weeks. Shane was the only person to listen and understand that I'm a fucking idiot and call me out on all my bullshit, but still give me a platform to transparently tell this story on and care about the refunds and care about the fans and talk to Michael. And I don't think Michael would have ever talked to me if it wasn't for Shane, so I'm so grateful for his position in that sense. And Shane's my fucking dad. We all know I would be dead if it wasn't for him, so I'm not even gonna get into that, but I don't even know what I would do in this situation if it wasn't for Shane fucking Dawson. He could have walked away so easily. All he was a creator that reluctantly agreed to show up at my event and to take on this responsibility is the greatest thing someone could ever do for me, and I will never be able to repay him, but you all know that. And for him to forgive me and still talk to me every day and listen to me means the world. Now here we are, present day, in my house, coming back to the world, facing this head on, sitting in the same spot that I was so spitefully screamed at VidCon. And so now I've been spending every single day trying to work on a perfect solution, but the truth is nothing will ever make this fully right, and it will be one of the biggest regrets of my life for the rest. I'm working on everything I can to figure out how to accommodate all of the travel funds of people who traveled, but in the meantime, I am so sorry. I'm sorry if you came to TanaCon. I'm sorry if you had a sunburn. I'm sorry if you waited in line. I'm sorry you didn't get to meet your favorite creators. I'm sorry that you ever even had to look at that sorry excuse for a gift bag. And I'm sorry if you believed in me, if I let you down. And I'm sorry for fucking this up. I'm sorry for being dumb, egotistical, spiteful, selfish, stupid, irresponsible. I'm gonna do everything in my power to make it right, and I'm not gonna give up for the voice of the fucking creators and the voice of the fucking fans. I'm not gonna stop trying, because I would be a sorry excuse of, I don't want to say role model, but you know what I mean. If I came on here weeks ago preaching never to give up on your dreams, and then because one thing went wrong, I'm going to give up forever. That's not who I am, and that's not who I want you guys to be, and that's not the goddamn message I'm going to spread on this channel. But thank you for listening. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for being on this journey with me. Thank you for letting me tell you what happened. I was lied to so much. I've never been, and I probably never will be, more lied to in my entire life by anyone. I trusted a horrible person and a horrible company. Michael Weiss and his entire staff of people who were terrified of him fucked me over brutally, but I'm still a fucking idiot for attaching myself to it and letting it happen. I knew better, and I'm fucking stupid, and I'm sorry. If you think I let you down, just know I let me down so much harder. I just want to say thank you to Shane and thank you to you guys. It's time to pick up the pieces and figure this shit out. I'm straight up, I'm scared as fuck.
This has been crazy.
I'm sorry.
I do think everything happens for a reason. I think that this happened to show people, just because you have a bunch of followers and just because people like you, you shouldn't throw a convention in a month.
Straight up.
Okay, so
Straight
that's
up.
something. I think the whole tone of the convention was negative. It started out kind of like, oh, you know, this is for whatever, and oh, this is going to be for the creators, it's going to be this and that. But like the closer it got to it, the more it just became fuck VidCon.
I agree.
Which I didn't even know, really, because I wasn't really looking into it.
I wasn't ever like down for that, but I didn't do anything to stop it. You know, like on their message to the creators when they wrote fuck VidCon, I didn't do that, I didn't approve that, I didn't see that. That was a surprise to me, but I also didn't stop it. So I take the blame for that. And I made the video, you know, saying VidCon did me dirty, I want to do something the same day, and that was petty.
I should have never done it the same day. Were my mantras and shit of, you know, the creators having a better time true? Of course they were. I had a horrible time at VidCon. I was treated horribly. So many creators were too, and I wanted to do something better. But Tana, newsflash, you can't do that in a month with a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not possible. And I should have thought about it more.
One big question that a lot of people are still going to have is, why did it take you so long to respond and to tweet? And why was I the one that was telling everybody it was canceled? You didn't ask me to do that, but I did it because I was like, somebody has to fucking say, like, oh, this is canceled, this shit's bad, this is not safe.
I mean, first of all, like I've told you from the beginning, I didn't know things were going bad at TanaCon until an hour after. Like, everything. Like, I was doing stuff on stage, they were telling me everything was absolutely fine. It wasn't until me and Bella went up to my hotel room and actually saw all the people outside and we were like, let's go down there with water, that I knew shit was actually horrible. And by that time, people are already ready for a response. Ever since any scandal I've had, everything bad in the past, the one thing I've learned is you don't want to be impulsive. You don't want to go live and say bullshit that doesn't, you know, account for things. And I've done that so much in the past, like impulsive tweeting, impulsive bullshit. I felt like it was better for me to sit back, reflect, and when I went to talk about it, make sure that everything I was saying was factual, make sure that everything I was saying was apologetic and me taking the blame, whatever, and I wanted to think about it. But still, I waited too long. It probably would have been a better time to be impulsive and say everything on my mind. And like you were saying earlier to me on the phone, if I went there and I had that experience and it was that bad, I would have been straight to Twitter. If I have a bad experience on a fucking airline, I'm on Twitter talking about it. So for me to go silent in that moment was dumb, but I was just fucking scared and I wanted to make sure that what I said was true.
Were you afraid of dragging good times?
I still am. Even just after everything that we filmed, I hate to place the blame on anyone but myself, because at the end of the day, like in my head, like I'm angry at myself for this. This is my fault. It's TanaCon. You fucked up. Being able to talk to you and shine a light on the fact that I was being told that everything was fucking perfect. And I was researching and trying to do everything I could and being told it was all perfect, and that it didn't end up being, and that maybe, you know, other people did have a lot to contribute in this getting fucked up. Does feel good, and knowing that you're a credible source and you wouldn't put anything out there unless it was fucking true as fuck feels good, because I feel like if I went on my channel and was like, yo, fuck good times, fuck Michael, this sucks, whatever, it wouldn't be as credible. It would just be me whining about shit, you know?
The craziest experience I've ever seen. But more importantly, we're gonna figure out how to fix this, and we're gonna
That's all that
make it all work, get the refunds.
We can do. The fact that we can even say that you cared us to help me means so much more.
What a journey.
Hey.
Thank you,
I
Ricky.
love my dad. Thank you, Ricky.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you.
For the tea.
I was the founder and CEO of a company called Good Times Entertainment. I met an influencer and a YouTuber named Tana Mongeau. I approached her and came up with this idea that we should create a convention. I spent about 6 months or so planning this event. Do we have any update on signage?
We're creating that.
We had a staff of over 100 people working on TanaCon.
The concern of mine is I cannot fit 30,000 people in this hotel. 5,000, yeah. 10,000, we can push it.
First few hours of TanaCon went off flawlessly. The doors opened and we had quite a crowd already had lined up hours before the event, just waiting to get in. Or the entire thing just kind of spiraled out of control. Within a matter of seconds, police swarmed the building, getting on their loudspeakers, "Please evacuate immediately."
All right, guys, everybody, let's go!
Fans who had paid money to have this experience were confused. People were left stranded outside in the burning sun. Police wanted answers, our fans wanted answers. I was extremely overwhelmed. As the CEO, I had the pressure on my shoulders to make the decision to cancel the event. I felt broken and devastated. I felt like right there in that moment, my career was over. This is a social media event, and almost immediately, the internet exploded. I was getting death threats, I was getting berated with messages to commit suicide, kill myself. I was painted as an evil villain, a scam artist, or a conspiracy theorist. None of it's true, not even remotely. I personally lost an estimated $750,000 on the event. I was forced to file Chapter 7 bankruptcy. It's been over 2 years since TanaCon, and to this day, people still harass me. The reason I contacted Dr. Phil is I feel like he's the only person that can relate to what I'm going through. He's in the public eye, and it's something that no one else can really understand.
Why were you so high profile in this, that people are 2 years later bad-mouthing you? How do people even know who you are?
It's a combination of things. I had already had an established presence online at that point anyways. I had over 300,000 followers on Vine when Vine existed. So I was already like known and recognized
as an individual.
As an individual,
okay.
Yes. And then once everything kind of escalated and such, I was thrown into the media even more, just because everyone had to turn to some sort of answer, and obviously that was me.
So this was Tana Mongeau and a bunch of other influencers and all, and you're in the background on this. You're not one of the creators, you're not one of the influencers, you're not one of the talent that's out there. How do they even know who to blame, to find you to blame?
Well, I mean, I had to go out and, like, when I made an announcement when it was canceled, I had to, all these news cameras were everywhere, just pointed on me, the hotels, everyone's coming at me.
But I thought Sydney went out and told everybody it was canceled.
She did, so Sydney went out.
It wasn't you, it was Sydney.
The first time, and then at the end when I had to make like the official cancellation, she went out to try to de-escalate the situation.
Okay.
And then when I had to go out at the end and make the final calls, that was when all the cameras were there. I think that was a clip in your video.
Okay, and then clear this up for me, because I saw a video online by Tana Mongeau and announced that she was going to do this, where she said, "I'm going to do this on the same day as VidCon, a free meet and greet."
Right.
But then I heard everybody chanting, refund, refund, refund. How do you refund free?
Well, so not every ticket was free. There was a free ticket, and we gave away several hundred free tickets, but there was also an elevated, I believe it was a VIP ticket that was like $65 or so. So it was a combination of free tickets, and then her saying that added to the theory that there was even more free tickets available, which obviously escalated when people showed up out of nowhere. But there was a paid ticket as well.
Okay.
TanaCon got canceled. This weekend was promised to be filled with the possibility to meet all my favorite creators for free or for the small price of $65. Let me tell you what $65 got me. It got me a disgusting sunburn on my shoulders, chest, and scalp. I got a really bad sunburn for waiting in line for 4 hours for literally nothing.
Joining us from her home in Orange County, California is Amanda. Amanda, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, I'm glad you're here because you were there. Why did you feel it was important to participate today and weigh in on what took place?
Well, I felt it was important because even at the event itself, I felt like the safety of attendees wasn't even thought of. Not only just security-wise, refreshments-wise, there was no food or water available aside from the hotel Starbucks. This was an event that was mostly attended by children and young teenagers. Myself included, I was 20 at the time. I went alone, but I ended up becoming a makeshift mom for half of the kids there because no one knew what was going on, and it was so stuffed.
And so,
can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Could you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
First off, I would like to say that I'm sorry that you experienced that. I would also like to address, there's been a common misconception that there wasn't food or water when we actually had over 10 food trucks in the back of the parking lot open to anyone. As far as I know...
Michael.
Go ahead.
Hi, 1 second. So once you got inside, you couldn't leave because they wouldn't let you back inside. So how am I waiting in line? Security that you hired, your event staff, because what's being ignored is how long the wait times is. I got in line before around 7 a.m. I got in at noon. Once you were inside, they made it clear if you want to leave, you have to go all the way back to the end of the line. So if I'm hungry and I have to go and wait to the food trucks, I'm either leaving my line or I'm leaving the event. We can talk about some of the lies you mentioned earlier when I was watching your intro. We can talk about that.
You were there. When you got there at 7 a.m., were there a lot of people there?
In line, yes.
Okay.
And I'll say this.
And you got in, but you got in.
Yes, I got in.
But once you got in after waiting 5 hours, there were no concessions inside to...
No, there was the Starbucks and there was the hotel gift shop, I believe, which I didn't even try to fight the crowds in there because they were already packed.
There was a full-service restaurant in there as well that we paid.
That was not open to attendees. There was a sign that said influencers featured creators only, which was for the actual influencers of the event on the lineup.
Ultimately, there was a lot of things that went wrong, which is why I made the decision to cancel it. But there's also a lot of misinformation out there. Now, due to VidCon being in the area, we had one choice for security, and we bought every employee that they had. I maxed out their entire team. Like, I bought every single employee that security company had.
When did you do that?
When we planned the event months before. We had our director of the event. Ultimately, we went through walkthroughs with them, walkthrough with that. So everyone was supposed to be allowed back into the event. You weren't supposed to go back into the line. Once you checked in, there was a separate entrance to the right that
also,
was
side
pre-checked
note, you're
in.
saying on the back lot, the lot with, I remember the food trucks you're talking about because I saw them, because I mentioned, I don't know if they pulled up because of this or because they were hired to be there. They were across the street in a side lot outside of the hotel.
We didn't tell the food trucks what to park. We have partners and staff. Like, at the end of the day, I have a huge team to run. But I'm not here to relive the past or talk to you about those kind of things. Again, I'm sorry that you had that experience. That's why I made the decision to, if I could speak, that's why I made the decision to cancel the event for safety. At the end of the day, you think I wanted to cancel it? I knew when I made that call that I would lose everything I had built in my career. Ultimately, it was the only choice to do. And I'm so sorry that you had to experience that. I am, truly. Do you think that's worth me killing myself over?
Here's a graphic of the security protocols. Medical. If an attendee requires medical attention, please bring them to the medical team and document everything: names, contact information, age, whatever, etc. If they're not able to be transported to the medical team, please radio your supervisor to dispatch a medic. Questions. Do not answer anything if you don't know the definite answer. Radio a supervisor, contact the executive staff member, direct them to the customer service booth. Last thing you want is to give them bad information. Meet and greet flow. Keep the flow moving. Don't let girls linger too long. Let them do their thing and move on. If they linger, be nice. Kindly tell them to move on and call the next girl. Don't let girls put their bags down until it's their turn to meet and greet. Tell the girls to have their phones and cameras ready. So these were the security protocols. What was the date that you signed with the hotel?
The date I signed the contract?
Yeah.
I don't know, to be honest. So much has happened since then.
Because it was within a month of the event being planned.
I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I would have to look through the documents, which I'm sure I have a copy of somewhere. Everything that could have went wrong did. And I'm so sorry that that happened. I really am. I wish I could have done things differently. Also, we didn't expect that many people to be there. Some of these issues that came up would have never happened. You know, like we would have, in an ideal world, I would have had the Anaheim Convention Center. Oh wait, VidCon was there. If I proposed to move it to a different date, it needed to be the same time as VidCon. That was.
And what was the date of the event?
I want to say June, like 20th through the 23rd, something like that. It was right around.
I believe it was the 22nd.
Yeah, I want to say that one of the days was the 22nd, but ultimately for me it felt.
Can we talk about the tickets?
Well, the security contract was signed on June 22nd.
Oh, well, Michael said that there was several hundred free tickets, and there just wasn't. There was 200.
That would classify
because
as
he himself said in his documentary that he put out, that he produced, that he starred in about the event, he shows the ticket portal, and on it, it shows free ticket or the VIP section, 200, and then featured creator, he had that at about 5,000.
Right, 5,200. Now, I do think we added another 300 free tickets at some point after that, but regardless, I would classify 200 free tickets as several free tickets or several hundred. That's more than 100. With that said, there are safety concerns. I couldn't just give everyone a free ticket. Like that would
but when
be.
you have the advertised, when you're advertising the event as mostly free,
who advertised that? Because I did not advertise a free event.
Most of this was done over Twitter. That is what.
I don't see how, frankly, that's not relevant to anything. But I thank you for your observation.
Mm.
That was pretty condescending.
I mean, I'm not here to relive the past about ththings that could have happened. I'm here to heal.
That is exactly what you're here for.
I'm not, though. I'm here to heal and help some little 13-year-old girl who's being cyberbullied, who's contemplating suicide, something I've dealt with for 3 years, every waking moment, told that I'm a worthless human being over a mistake and that I should kill myself? Are you kidding me?
You shouldn't kill yourself.
What'd you say? I should?
You shouldn't. Don't even try and put that in my mouth.
I'm not. That's what I'm here for.
Not okay
I'm not here to talk about how many tickets I should have or how many people should have done this. I know I made mistakes. I'm sorry. There's only so much reparation I can pay. Lost my house over it, lost my car, lost my business, lost my friends, lost pretty much everything you can imagine. Had to rebuild, had to restart, still being told to kill myself. I'm here to help some other little girl and to get healing for myself, not relive the past.
So it has nothing to do with the fact that you're trying to do another TanaCon?
Who's... Girl. When I was planning TanaCon, I had a core group of people. I called my executive staff. We were a tight group of about 5 people who worked tirelessly, sleepless nights planning this event. I admit it, I can be very intense. As a business owner, I'm passionate about my company, and a deadline is a deadline.
Can we see that space?
Yeah. So I expect the best from my employees. Working for me is an incredible opportunity to learn. If people didn't like my management style, I didn't hold them hostage. They're welcome to leave at any time. As a leader and as a boss, I don't really know how all my employees felt about me. I would have loved to have good, honest feedback.
You're obviously very angry.
I am.
You're obviously very defensive.
I am.
You're very aggressive. And I can tell you that's not helping your situation at all.
Okay.
Look, I think people are very forgiving. And I think that what I expected from you was to come in and say, I had really good intentions, but obviously, I blew it. The buck stops here. I'm the promoter. It's my job to anticipate, as a professional, what's going to happen and have the resources in place. And I blew it, and I was wrong, and I'm sorry for that. It did not go down professionally, and that was my job, and that stops with me. And I have learned huge lessons from that. Indeed. And will be better in the future. And you've said none of that. You've said, I'm a victim, I'm being picked on. How am I supposed to know this? How am I supposed to know that? You're supposed to know that because you are a professional.
And I did apologize, and I have.
No, you didn't apologize. You gave an excuse cloaked as an apology with no genuine remorse whatsoever.
I am remorseful. I just apologized to her, and I apologized to you before I said that. At the end of the day...
Well, I don't think she feels apologized to. I think she feels attacked.
And vice versa.
Now, Michael gave us a list of people to reach out to in support of him. Surprising, only a few responded. Now, one of those is currently a client of Michael's named Blake. And joining us from Reno, Nevada is Blake, who is a social media influencer with over 1 million followers. So Blake, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, Dr. Phil. How are you?
Well, it's good. I'm glad to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
You know about all of this situation, and you know Michael. What's been your experience in dealing with him?
So I was actually at TanaCon as a fan. I purchased the $65 VIP pass. I didn't know Michael at the time. I just was a really big fan of Tana and still am. But after that, I met Michael through some mutual friends, and he has been my manager since May of 2019, and he's been amazing.
Right. So do you think he's suffering from unfair treatment?
I do, because even like if I post with him or something, like I get super negative comments on my stuff like about him.
There are things being said about him, go kill yourself, you're not worth living, you're a liar, a cheat, a scammer, you can't be trusted, et cetera, et cetera. Has that been your experience in working with him?
No.
From being the golden boy in the industry to literally becoming a scam artist.
Michael is considered an embarrassment to the industry.
Michael scammed people and he frauded people. He definitely knew what he was doing. As the creative director of Michael's company, I was totally concerned about TanaCon being successful.
I was Michael's assistant.
We need to call it 3 and get that stage.
It's booked. They said bring the check by whenever.
It was a mess from the beginning. Outside, people were crying, people were dehydrated.
Michael says we had hundreds of employees. That's not true. We only had 9. Michael definitely made promises that he could never keep. He deceived sponsors, the staff, the creators, and the fans. No one got their money's worth, really.
I feel like TanaCon was a complete sham.
We have to have the mentality that we're still the top-notch social media company in the game.
The gift bags that Michael promised that would be worth 3 times the ticket was literally worth about $10. If you ask me what went wrong with TanaCon, I believe it was greed. The capacity of the venue was about 1,000 people and he sold thousands of tickets.
I was the one who had to go outside and cancel the event. The fans and their families were absolutely irate. People were throwing things at me. People were cussing me out.
This mom hitting me, literally.
This mom was attacking me. I got attacked.
I do realize now that it was completely unprofessional and wrong.
Michael had no problem humiliating employees in front of everyone else. I've seen Michael drive other employees to tears. He would tell them to shut the up.
Right after TanaCon, I dissolved my appointment with Good Times and Michael.
I stopped working with Michael earlier this year due to unprofessionalism. The sad thing is, I don't even feel like Michael even understands the extent of his own actions.
Sydney, describe what you experienced the moment you announced TanaCon was canceled.
In the moment that TanaCon was canceled, it was absolute terror. Looking back on it now, I feel like I almost blacked out in the situation because there was just so much going on. Going into the event, I'm a college student. I have no professional experience in running events. I came to this as a way to get my feet wet in the industry, and I trusted Michael to do so. And in that moment, everything just collapsed.
Yeah, that wasn't a fun thing to hear. Take this megaphone and go out and tell all these pissed off people.
Yep, and
that this
it was
is shut down.
I had to weave through the crowd to get there, and standing on the table was like a rickety plastic table, and I was handed a microphone and had to make the best of it, and my hands were tied.
Yeah, and you were associated with Michael for how long?
About a year.
Uh-huh. And was that a positive experience or a negative experience?
Yeah, I think I'm one of the few people who got to see a side of Michael that after this event that not many people knew about. Leading up to it, I had a wonderful experience, great memories, great laughs, but things did start turning south as more success came.
How so?
It became more so not, cherishing the employees, protecting the creators. It became dollar signs. I mean, Michael had a very good start in the social media industry, and as the social media industry grew, Michael grew too, and I believe it became like a power trip almost. In March, leading up to TanaCon is when the red flags were really popping up.
Such as?
We were going on a business trip to a convention with all of our clients, and leading up to that event, we were told we were going to take care of our clients, to take care of their meet and greets. We had a whole panel with all of our clients, and when it was close to the event, we were told, me and another employee, we had to earn our way into the event, and we're like, what do you mean? Like, these are our clients, we were told we were going. Michael ended up buying us a ticket. We got there, and when we got there, we were told at that point that we had to earn a bed to sleep in. And it's like, now I'm from Minnesota and I'm in Florida now. I don't know anybody in Florida. And to be looked at and told, like, you have to earn a bed to sleep in, I don't even know what that means or what that looks like. And actually in that moment, Tana and her team were the ones who came to me and our coworker, and they rearranged all their sleeping arrangements, all their hotel arrangements, to make sure that me and my coworker had a bed. And I remember that night being like, I am an employee of this company and I can't even have a bed to sleep in when I'm here working. And not only that, I flew down.
What the hell was that all about?
I'll be honest with you, I don't actually recall this, but I can say that, I've been to hundreds of those conventions over the years, and I think that if something like that happened, I would have had a reason to do that, whether it was we had clients that needed a bed. Even myself, I would give a client my bed over me sleeping in a bed. It just depends on, I don't recall that situation. I wish I could think on it, I just don't.
just got out of bed to film this. There's no way Shane Dawson is giving me advice on TanaCon 2 and like kind of approving of it. Does this mean it actually has to happen?